Oh, welcome back to Tiny Artist TV. So this is part 2 of the Black Fae Day Draw-a-thon stream that I'm going to be doing for today. And this is pretty much going to be the bulk of the stream. I'm going to be streaming drawing from 12 to 7. I do, of course, have my water. Let's just pause to take a second to appreciate, I don't dress up really. But I did put some effort in. I've got my cute little space buns, pixie buns, whatever you want to call them. And I actually did have a video planned where I showed you guys how I made this paper flower crown, but I ended up scrapping it because there was just not enough time to edit the footage in the way that I wanted to present it. So I did make the crown. If you want to know how, maybe I'll do another video or just upload that one eventually. But yeah, and my earrings, you can see little sun and moon. I think I got these from, was it Urban Body? Oh my goodness, I don't remember. I buy my earrings from like so many different places that like, but I do have a few that are like kind of my set. Maybe it was Arctic Buffalo. But anyway, got a little lipstick on, got a little eyeshadow on, just a little drama. And if you didn't see my post on social media, here is the full outfit. So I'm wearing this kind of sheer, cute little top and just a black skirt. So yeah, enough of that. You guys came here to see some drawing. So let's go ahead and get started. So over the past couple of weeks, I've reached out to some cosplayers on Twitter who are participating in the hashtag Black Fae Day cosplay looks, and basically asked like, hey, would you be okay with me drawing you for a video? So that's what I'm going to do. And just like in part 1, I've got my spin the wheel set up with their names, and I do already have my canvases pulled up. So what I'm going to do is I went ahead and kind of sketched out the the photos that I'm going to be referencing, but I do still want to draw / paint them in my style, whatever that is. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my spin the wheel and see who gets to be first. And look at that, pastel dots. So funny, it feels weird. I personally know Pastel Dots. We went to school together. So it's kind of like, and she's more or less famous-ish. We're not super close anymore, but we do still follow each other on the socials. She is the owner / creator of the not Pastel Dots. Oh my gosh. Um, yeah, Sweet Bits. It's Sweet Bits is her clothing line. She does super cute, kind of like pastel goth, like alternative, a little punky, not like quite as punky as Hardcore, but like uh kind of gamer girl alternative fashion, size inclusive, just like really cute designs overall. So her cosplay, she actually had a couple of different photo shoots. The first one I pulled, this was I think one of actually her behind the scenes. And let me see if I can pull up the original. This is just for me to reference so I can look at it. Where is it? Here we go. While I'm painting pastel dots, and as you can see, I do have the @ here in the bottom. So everyone who I'm going to be drawing, I do have this in the bottom, and it may kind of go in and out as I'm zooming in and out of the canvas, but everyone's name is listed. So if you want to go follow them on Twitter, Instagram, feel free to do that. I would actually encourage it because these cosplayers are super creative, and some of them aren't exclusively cosplayers, but we'll get into that as more of the participants are revealed. And I know you can kind of see the names up here, but unless you're following them, like, what do you know about them? So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I think I'm going to do somewhere between a line art and a painterly style. let's see. Okay, so that is my sketch layer. I'm gonna go ahead and label that so I don't have the same issues I had in the last video. All right. So let's get started. And let me see. Style-wise, I think I'm gonna go with a soft dark red for my lines. Okay. We're actually gonna bump this down to transparency. So I think what I want to do, I kind of want to go for my like typical anime slash D&D slash like that kind of combo look. And let's see, her eyes are kind of like doing this. Her nose is still pointed down a little bit. And I even thought about kind of just taking the looks and making them their own thing, like putting them in a different environment. But I think it would be nice enough to just kind of draw as I see them. She's not smiling quite as much in the picture that I'm referencing, but she has an adorable smile, so I wanted to put that in there. Let's see. This kind of goes down like this. And then her hair is going down to the side. Maybe I will give her that kind of dramatic pout that she's got going on. It's kind of ethereal, kind of wispy. It's actually a little bit sharper. Like this. Mm-hmm. Looks like she's got some chrysanthemums and some peonies, which these I might actually just kind of paint over. But for now, I am going to draw them in. See, this one has a large ruffle here. And then another small ruffle here. And then looks like maybe a carnation. Which has kind of this jagged edge and kind of curls in on itself. A little bit like a rose, but a lot fluffier. She's got one here. And kind of like in the last video, I'm sort of trying to give myself a time limit since I have 6 artists, cosplayers that I want to draw, and I'm going to be streaming for 7 hours. I'm going to try to do the sketch in 30 minutes and the color in 30 minutes. Oh boy. But we're getting off to a pretty good start. And I was smart and went ahead and did the base sketches ahead of time, so I just have to do the line art. Because I knew that this was going to be a monster of an attempt. Let's see, she's got another peony over here. Lashes. There we go. That's what was missing, quite honestly. That's too heavy on the lid there. I'm going to go back over and paint in the glitter that she's got on her cheeks here. Alright, and then she's got this kind of choker. Looks like maybe a flower or a star. Kind of do it in that ambiguous flower star shape. It has this kind of gold loop style and then a couple of large waves here, and then down and over. And a little bit like with my warm-up sketches, I'm more so just trying to capture the main vibe, if you will. The intonation of detail so that your brain just kind of fills in the rest. And the strap goes down from the neck, past the hair. Some ruching in the middle. And then the dress. This, I think I definitely want to paint in just because the way the lighting is in this photo is just like absolutely gorgeous. And it's not even like hard contrast. Everything is very soft and fluffy. Let's see. Here. I think I made her lips too small, quite honestly. Let's just plump that up a little bit. There we go. And then the shoulder is raised a little bit. A little bit of a line here. It goes down into the forearm. The wings have a little bit of this going on that's kind of hidden on this one. And you've got It loops up. And then down here. And then another one here. And then kind of does this number here. A little bit of ruching in the back. The bodice. And this is actually more skirt. It's this big, wonderful fairy princess skirt. And she had tweeted about when she was doing one of her shoots at the botanical gardens at what I can only assume was probably maybe Norfolk, maybe Richmond. That there was a girl who was upset about this costume party that she didn't get invited to, as she saw pastel dots walking by. And I would be upset too if I didn't have an excuse to wear this wonderful big puffy skirt at this magical party that was apparently happening without me. So most of this is kind of just lighting. So I think I'm going to leave that alone because I'm going to set this to overlay and then paint over it. And I know that when I do the white and the lighter pinks, the lines are going to disappear, and that's exactly what I want. Cut her nail. This part she doesn't have her nails done in this photo. I'm almost tempted to give her some like long pink fairy nails, but it's not in the photo, so we're not going to do that. Let's see. Alright. Hand is done, and that was a lot easier than trying to draw the chimera claw that I drew in the first part of the stream. And then her other hand is gripping her leg. So it's going kind of like this, but at more of an angle. So you've got finger up, back, and down. Okay, there we go. And then leg. I'm going to try to draw the tattoo. I don't have it sketched in really, but I'm going to try to draw it as best as I can. And then you've got leg. Okay. So you've got leg, foot, toe, and I know some of this sounds like absolute madness because I don't actually have my reference picture on screen, but you're just gonna have to trust me on this. And actually, let me see here. Can I pull this down? I mean, I do have the reference photo on the canvas, so I could just show you guys real quick what I'm looking at. Let me see. Let me get rid of this. So here is the reference photo that I have on my second monitor right now. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. Much better than the first time I tried to draw pastel dots. And she had posted a picture. This was a few years ago. And she said she wanted to be turned into a mermaid. And I did that. And at the time, it was my best attempt. But looking back at it, it was. So I might actually want to redraw that picture for Mermaid, potentially. Because I just don't think I did a good job with what I had. But again, at the time, I did the best with what I had, but my best wasn't that great back then. And I'm still, growing as an artist to this day. Like 5 years from now, I'm going to look back at this and look at what I could have done differently or done better. But right now, this is where I'm at. And it's been pretty good so far. I usually have a hard time drawing like real people because I have to make them recognizable versus when I'm doing just a random like fantasy, like totally made up whatever from my imagination person. I don't have those restrictions. It just has to match what's in my head, and what's in my head can change. So there's that. Let's see. Is that? I can't tell. It looks like a tatami mat almost. And then you've got the table with the teacup. Let's see. So I think now what I'm going to do, because I know that this is all ivy, and I have a brush that I'm going to use for that just to save time. Is it cheating? Maybe. But my main focus is getting the character painted with some of the background. I forgot to draw her tattoo. Let me see here. Okay. And zoom in. Enhance. No. It's about mid-calf. You've got a little cat paw, a little toe beans. Honestly, for this, I probably could just trace it. Okay. But we're going for hand drawn here. And I do want to draw this mirror that she's got here too. Alright, I'm coming up on the 30-minute mark for the drawing, so I've got to start painting. Okay. Background. Everything is very soft yellow. So I'm going to do, let's see, thick wash. Do I want to do thick wash or oil? Let's do oil. And then a soft yellow. Because she has these kind of curtains. Let's see. And I see some stuff in the background here that's just part of the set dressing that I'm not going to include because you're not actually supposed to. It's not part of what's actually there. Make this a little bit lighter. There's like a soft pink behind here too. That's really nice. I've got this kind of just soft pink lighting. And the top part is still this kind of creamy, dreamy yellow. can't spend too long in the background because the background's just kind of set dressing for the main event, which is the actual cosplayer. Let's see. And I've been seeing a lot, like, I mean, of course, like, that's the point, is that for Twitter and Instagram to be flooded with these tags, but like just a lot of really good Black Fae Day cosplay. So if you have the time, which of course you have time, you're probably already scrolling through Twitter as you're watching this, to go and just scroll through that tag and get inspired and maybe like follow some new people that you wouldn't normally follow, because there's a lot of creativity in the Black community. And despite all of the flack and hardships that we have to deal with just in our day-to-day existence, creativity has always been an outlet, and not just for Black people, but it's an outlet to kind of push out some of that, all of that. Alright, so she's got her basket over here. Actually, this needs to come down a little bit. I'm gonna make this a little bit darker of a line. And this is a little bit more of this ethereal yellow. Not bad. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And there's a little bit more up here. And then a little bit of this up here. Yeah, it's all just this kind of thick, wispy, lots of curtains. Let's see if I can minimize that so I can actually see you guys. Anyone who's chatting, even though no one's watching right now, it's fine. Okay. Now I can see who's commenting. Right. Setting this to overlay. Still working on the background just a little bit. I'm going to be impressed if I can get as much detail as I want to in this in an hour. Put the basket here. It's sitting. Oh. A bit taller and a little more yellow. And you've got this kind of purple magic bottle here. I mean, it's clear. The glass itself is reflecting a lot of this pink light. The top is actually yellow. There's a tea kettle behind it. And I'm probably spending too much time on the background details. And this is where you can see the lid for the kettle. There we go. There's this lotus in the front. Yeah, no, that looks terrible. I'm gonna fix it though. There we go. And then for the rest of the petals, there's a better way to do this. I'm trying to figure out how to do this in under an hour is kind of stressful. Okay, and I just need to make this part darker. Okay. I think that's all I'm going to do for the background, except for there is this huge, like, tall green glass. And that is the last bottle. And then I'm going to do, because it just adds so much, like, it's almost more like a lime green, actually. And then up top, it gets a little more yellow. It's like a very tall bottle of absinthe. And then this part is actually, it's like a dark mottled green. And there's a bit more of this pinkish purple in here. And a little more yellow towards the middle. And a little bit of yellow here. And a little bit of dark green here. And a little bit up here. And then a little bit of this. The cap is almost like a brownish orange color with a bit of a divot in it. Okay. Enough messing around. Let's get to the actual costume. So her dress is pink. Oh my goodness. And it's like this very light bubblegum taffy. Did I actually finish drawing her costume? Yes, I did. It didn't look like there was enough ruching there. I didn't. What is wrong with me? Let me finish drawing her dress and then I'll get back to coloring. It goes down here. And then this goes like that. And there's a little bit of hair that goes over that. That actually doesn't go like that. It goes like this and then it goes off to the side. Okay. And there's another flower at the bottom, but do I want to include it at this point? With 20 minutes left to do the coloring? I don't think so, but it's okay. What am I doing? Changing it back to overlay. Turning the background back on and getting back to finishing the dress. So, let's see. So what's going to happen here is that the top part is going to be white and the bottom is actually going to be more of a mauve. Her wings are almost like like a fluorescent magenta, if you want to call it that. So I'll start with a base coat of this darker pink. And then I'll have to draw in the iridescent. So it's a purple. That goes. I'm going to need my G pen for this. There's a triangle section here. And then this is actually almost more like an orange. It's like a peachy pink. Something like this. I'll use a watercolor brush to blend that in. So here, I'll use that oil paint brush to get some thicker strokes. Still not quite that bright color. Let's go a little bit lighter. And I'll go back in with that purple with the G pen. And then a green. This wing. I didn't realize the wings were gonna be. It's almost like there's just a little bit of a highlight where the wires are. Here, and at the top here, and here, and up here it's almost just pure white. Alright, I think that's passable. And then I just have to do the other one. And this one's more solid. It's more of a solid peachy pink gradient. This is actually just a little darker. Not quite. It really is just a slight variation. But I actually don't mind the way that looks. Skin tone. In this picture, it's kind of like a hazelnutty. Oh, perfect. Dress actually goes up to here. And the rest of this is also dress. And here's purple. Yeah, it's like a black to purple gradient. There's a very dark plum, not quite black. Okay. I'm just kind of fading into the background. But there's this huge patch of light from here to about here. And then I can just use an airbrush to diffuse that a little bit. Where else? It's actually almost a yellow here, but I don't want it to actually like be yellow. Let's see, let's do this. And then that'll get diffused. And then this, kind of again a soft gradient. It's looking pretty good so far. Face has this orange glow on the side too. It's this very bright. Let me see. Take just a little bit of this and apply it to the side here. And here's in shadow. Kind of play with that a little bit, kind of like there's some light coming through the hair. And then just a little bit under the bangs. And around the eye. The side of the nose. The nose has a bit of a highlight to it. It's not quite this bright. It's actually more like a red. There's a little bit of a highlight here. Let's use this. A little bit of diffusion here. There's a patch of diffusion here. Here. And this is all white, and there's a little bit of white in the ruching. Here. And then here. Yep, this is all. You've got a little bit darker. It's kind of this tulle overlay. And then a little bit darker. Not that dark. More like, yeah. This actually has a little bit of a pink light coming from around. This has a little bit of that gray. And almost a little bit of this kind of peachy pink. I guess that's where her skin tone is kind of peeking through a bit. Oh, it looks muddy. Let's see. Yep, do a softer version of that. And then there's a pretty much kind of like a bloom effect around this part of the dress. I don't know why I thought I could finish this in an hour. I've got 10 minutes left. Should actually isn't that bad. I just kind of keep at it. Her hand is actually got a little bit of that pink light on it. So does her foot. And then it kind of almost goes up to the ankle. And now it looks like she's dipped her foot in some pink. Let's see. So let's make that a little more explicit, that that's lighting and not the color of her hand. Necklace. Is gold. I haven't even started on the hair and the eyes. She's wearing purple contact lenses. Actually,
which feels like a fairy tale. All of this is true. Run with me, have a look around. We built our life on sacred ground. Come, my love, our worlds make art. We'll be safe and sound. Shut up the doors, come live now. Shut up the doors, let's hear my love. Shut up the doors, come live now. Let's hear my love, hear my love. Oh, come beyond the ancient thoughts, hear my love. Oh, come be to hear my love. Time won't follow the path we came. The world you left, you forgot your name. Stay with me and be my love. Spare my heart the pain. Shut up the doors, come live now. Shut up the doors, let's hear my love. Shut up the
so about right here it turns into more of this sharp purple. And then down towards the bottom, it's more like a dark mauvey lavender. Here. This is actually very dark. This kind of has more of a, got the light here, which I'm actually just gonna do as white. And down towards the bottom, there's some that's still very dark. Kind of like where the strands are separating. I mean, it's obviously just like a darker version of that purple, but I think the best way to do that is to just make it all dark and then cut some of that light back in. And then over top of it, it's almost like a reddish purple, and I think that's coming from that pink light that she's got in here. Because it's not quite as prominent here, but it is noticeable. There's like a soft almost pinkish red glow to it. Let's see. And there's a shadow here where the hair separates again. I've got a few more minutes because I started on this one late. So let me see what else I can get done. The crown. Okay, so the crown, it's all just pink and purple. So it's actually the iridescent, it's the same color as this one here, and then her, somewhere between the dress and the wing, it's like this peachy blush. It's a little bit lighter than that, but also a little more pink. I think that's it. I think I've got it. And then some of them, okay. This is kind of like a little bit lighter. And then this actually has a huge patch of white light at the top. Lovely. Got a couple of darker pink flowers in here. And then another purple. This one's actually a lot lighter. Another pink with more white light at the top. And then another purple in the back. Okay. Not bad for an hour. I do still want to draw that mirror and the ivy. Let's see. I've got my ivy brushes somewhere. There we go. Okay. Oh, too small. And there's one going down across here. Up here. Here. There's actually quite a bit. There's like a bushel up here. And then a branch here. And a bushel here. Do I like it better without the ivy though? Maybe I should just draw the ivy better. What else do I have? Nope, that's the same thing. Those are all of my pasta brushes. Don't ask why I have pasta brushes. I think maybe if I just do a little bit here and there, that'll create the effect that I'm going for, instead of doing a bunch. Just kind of helter-skelter. So I am going to alter this just a little bit. Just enough to make it not as crazy with the leaves. And then the mirror is this creamy yellow pastel. Inside the mirror itself, it's just yellow. It's actually not quite this mustard yellow. It's a little more of a bright orange yellow. Yeah, a little bit more like that. And behind it, there's a table, but I don't have time to draw the table. So we're going to move on to the next one. And I know at this point, like, no one's tuned in, so I'm just kind of talking to the people who are watching the VOD later. But let me know how you think I did on the first drawing. So here was my reference, and here's the finished painting. I think I did all right. Next up, let's see. Eggy. Okay. So Eggy, let's minimize this. She kind of has, the one I have pulled up, it's more of a cottagecore look than just a black Fae Day look, but she did have another one too where she's got like a pink wig and she's got like kind of clouds edited in over her picture. But I thought that the one that I'm pulling up now was super cute. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on that. Let's see, where is Iggy? So here's my reference. Let me put that up here. There we go. You see, it's kind of this super cute cottagecore, very pastel, lots of peach and mint tones in her outfit. And I thought it would be fun to kind of add in some wisteria up here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on the line art. Number 2. So let's see. I have until 2:15. I'm giving myself until 2:15 to try to finish this one. And this one I'll do in a dark minty, kind of a dark minty green. So I think that'll go nice with the colors that I've got going on here. And let me pull up my reference. I don't know where my reference went. Give me just a second. So she's got these kind of almost cat eye glasses going on here. But it's almost like a clear, it's not like clear, it's almost like a milky white. See, now it looks like she's wearing superhero goggles. That's better. Okay. She's got a very small buttony nose. So a little bit more about Eggy. She does a lot of Lolita style fashion. I believe she also does have an Instagram under the same name, which is pretty sure linked on her Twitter page with the caption "More pics" without the extra chatter. Let's see. Her glasses, it actually does have that thing where it's a little bit smaller in the frame of the glasses. A very square chin. It's actually A little bit round in the face. The wig is just this kind of stark black. Eyebrows have a little bit of this kind of... Oh, you were talking to me? Kind of expression to them. There we go. That's it. That's the face. Who is texting me in the middle of my stream? Okay. It's Twitter. Gain another follower, but still at this point, no one's actually watching the live stream. But it is the middle of the day. I'm pretty sure people are at work, but that's another reason why I wanted to do this all day so that people could just kind of pop in and pop out when they can. But if everyone who retweeted my schedule was on at the moment, I would have at least 5 people watching right now. I feel like I'm zoomed in a little too much to do this. Let me see. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I'm trying not to get too hung up on the details. I'm giving myself about another 15 minutes to finish the sketch here. And then I'm going to try to move on to the coloring phase. Made her wig look limp, and it's not. It's actually like super curly. There's a bump here. Let's see if I can. There we go. Just to give it a little more volume. And she also has freckles in her outfit. Okay, and the glasses are actually not round like that. They go like this, and they're square on the inside. Use your references. It's literally right in front of you. There we go. I gotta change this to that. And then make this a little more square. And then this goes up a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then her hair kind of goes over. She's got elf ears. Very cute, very long, very pointy elf ears. Kind of dips here, down, and then just a heavy dip here. I think I had it right the first time. Okay, and she's got the string of pearls. And it looks like it's like a teardrop shape. And this super cute, big, floppy lace bow. It's got lace edging on the sides. And it's falling in layers. Kind of goes up like this and around like that. And down with 2 more layers. And up again, and then 1 more set of lace here in the back. The other one goes kind of like this. And down, and there's a fold here. And then another ruffle here. And then the last part of the bow goes down, and there's another bit of lace here. Okay. Whew. She's got kind of little wispies. It just falls. Down like this. Okay. And for the details in her dress, I'm just going to draw those all in. Just because it's easier. So I'll still block out the lace and everything like that. But for like all of the little rabbits and the rosebuds, those are all just going to be painted in. Oh, I've got about 5 more minutes to try to get this line art done. Can you imagine how much better these would be if I was giving myself 2 hours for drawing instead of just 1? But this is also a very good exercise for artists who struggle with just fussing with details, like me. Because I will spend way too much time fussing over things that don't need to be perfect, instead of just letting the brain fill in the rest of the details. Like, all the artists that I look up to, I look closely at their paintings, and it's all just blocks of color, and then your brain just kind of fills in, oh, this is supposed to be XYZ, instead of doing every teeny tiny little thing. And your hand is not quite perfect in the position. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's fine. I just messed up that fingernail there. There we go. That looks better. Kind of goes more like that. Yeah, okay. Cute. And the reference photo that I'm looking at had to kind of improvise her other arm here, simply because this half of her body was pretty much cut off from the photo, so she just has this arm here. let's see, so you've got the top of where the lace separates from the dress, and then the top of the bodice of the dress here. You know, it's not a bodice. You probably know what I'm trying to describe. Lining down the middle. And I don't know if she actually made this dress herself, but I wouldn't put it past her. Let's see. And then you've got the little pearls up here with the smaller chain. And then it looks like it has a... Let me zoom in here real quick. What am I looking at? Oh, the roses. Oh, that's pretty. So there's like 2 little yellow roses in this pendant. And then there's 3 leaves at the bottom and 3 leaves at the top. I'm not going to quite be able to fit all of that in here, but that's a pretty close rendition of this pendant that she's wearing. All right, and then you've got the body here, and then all of these ruffles. So many ruffles. And more ruffles. And the lace has these like 3 little pip cutouts in the middle. Her hair actually doesn't go here because there's a piece of lace here. And then it kind of folds in because there's 2 layers of it, and there's a second layer behind this layer here, but you can't really see it in the angle that she's taken this photo. But there's a layer that's been sewn flat onto the dress, and then a layer that's kind of up and ruffled, like this one here. Okay. And then there's another line just slightly off center down the middle of the dress here. So those are going to be the 3 lines. And then this is going to be the rosebuds, which I can probably go ahead and draw the leaves. And the buds are in a circle around each little bump. So Goes left, left, right, right. Left, left. Right, right. So the leaves are actually only on one side of each curve. Well, that makes it easier to see. Okay. And then the roses go one leaf. Oh, goes forward, forward, out, out. Forward, forward, out, out. Forward, forward. Forward, forward. Which is not quite at the bottom, but if that's where the pattern was going. Forward, forward. Nope. Yes, yes. Out, out. And then this is left. Forward, forward, out, out. And then there are two pink buds here, two on the top, and then two here and here. Okay, so just gotta finish drawing this arm, and then I'll be golden child to start coloring. I'm gonna start with, I'm just gonna do a gradient in the back and then do some large hanging wisteria. So let's go dark green to light purple. That's almost exactly what I had in mind. There we go. Okay. Oh, I still have it on. There we go. Or do I want to go this way? And maybe with a little bit of lighter purple. Just kind of at the bottom here. And I don't want it to be an overlay. I want it to be normal. And that's why it was showing up in that weird. There we go. Still not quite soft enough. And that's too much. I'm just going to leave it like this and just draw in my wisteria. Let's see, those are, yep, there they are. And let's make that a lot bigger. this off so I can see what I'm doing. Let's start with this peachy color on a different layer. There we go. And a darker peach. For the dress. There's a little bit of space between the dress and her arm. And then the strap of the dress. Just goes under her hair. The lace that's on top of this dress, I'll just add on another layer. Love this color. And she already has like a very peachy skin tone too, so it all just works together. See, the bow is actually kind of like a custard yellow. This is a very food heavy commentary. Peach dress, custard bow, mint trim. Alright, I think I have enough to where I can comfortably set this to overlay and still see what I'm doing. Trying to think of how long that Taurus picture took. And I'm pretty sure it ended up being about 3 hours. Most of that was coloring. So me trying to do these in 2 hours is a madman's betting game. But I'm having fun. Like, I don't really draw, again, I don't draw like real people. Mostly because the only times I do draw real people is when I'm commissioned to, which is few and far between. But maybe after this video goes live, I think it's more like a bluish black. Some more people would want me to draw them. And even though that's not really what I do. It's not that I'm incapable of doing it. It's just I would rather draw dragons. But if you want to be drawn as a dragon or as a fairy or a mermaid or whatever, I will be more than happy to oblige. Which is part of the reason why I'm doing this live stream, is because it's just so fun to see more Black cosplayers in more sort of traditional fantasy costume versus like pop culture cosplay. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with pop culture cosplay, but I feel like this is more creative, and there are definitely some creative spins on pop culture cosplay. Like Tranquil Ashes recently, I don't know if it was like a recent costume of hers, but recently reposted her Snorlax armor, and she's not gonna be in this video just because I didn't reach out to her. Actually, when I was reaching out to the artist, she hadn't really posted anything, and then as soon as I filled up my queue, she started posting again. I was like, oh great. But she has a great like Akuma cosplay. She's done Korra. What are some other ones that did she do Princess Yue? No, that was Pastel Dots, who was Princess Yue. What else has she done? But again, just like another like really great creative. Oh, she did a full body Darth Maul type body paint for May the 4th, which was yesterday. Well, maybe that's why no one's watching, because it's Cinco de Mayo and everyone's out getting drunk. Oh, I see we have someone popping in. Hi. You're the only one here right now. Make yourself comfortable. But as I was saying, yeah, Tranquil Ashes is just another super creative cosplayer in the Black cosplay community. But it definitely pleases my little Black fairy heart to see more cosplayers in the Black community do more traditional fantasy type stuff. And the main reason for Black Fae Day was to kind of show, like, you know, we belong in fantasy spaces too. Which, I mean, it just should be a given. Like, historically, Black people have more or less always existed. So, to think that there weren't any Black faces in medieval Europe is unrealistic. So that's my main thing on that, is that yes, we belong in medieval history. Yes, we belong in traditionally white fantasy spaces, because we have also existed in those spaces whether or not we were acknowledged or not. I kind of wish I had gotten to that I wasn't too shy to have actually interviewed some of these cosplayers, and then I could actually get their stance on what Black Fae Day means to them. But it's definitely been a good discovery to just, again, kind of scroll down the tag and find so many new people to follow. Because growing up, I thought I was always kind of weird for liking stuff like this. And it pretty much wasn't until college, when I found the other weird Black kids, that I realized I wasn't alone. It didn't help that I grew up in the country where everybody knew everybody. And I finally got rid of my accent when I moved away and went to college. I did have a country accent. It was terrible. But I mean, the black people in the community kind of thought I was too white for them, just because I was into a lot of like alternative music and alternative fashion. I was into anime. I was in anime club for I think 3 of my 4 years of high school. I have a very distinct memory of us going into the lobby during field day. If you don't know what field day is, I'm so sorry. Your high school experience sucked. Field day was basically like day at the end of the year where everyone was celebrating that tests were over and we could just kind of hang out and have fun. Where we, the anime club, stormed into the lobby singing, no, not singing, belting the Pokemon theme song. Because that was our idea of fun, and it was fun. And yes, we did get some weird looks, but we didn't care because we weren't hurting anybody and we were having the time of our life. So that was my high school experience, and I was definitely into fantasy. I mean, a lot of kids growing up were in the Harry Potter camp or Mortal Instruments or His Dark Materials, all this, that, and the other. But a fair amount of those kids were also white. So I was kind of on my own in my fantasy worlds, in the black fantasy worlds, until I got to college, as I stated. Let's see. Okay. I spent too much time talking, not enough time focusing. And I lost the only person that was watching this anyway, so I'm going to maybe just focus on drawing now. They're almost like a milky blue, but a little more gray. There we go. And there is, let's see. She does have lipstick on. It's like a pastel peachy pink. Back to the peach. Why does this look so jagged? Maybe it's the way I've drawn it. So I'll pick the color from her dress and make it a little more pink, and that should match the lipstick that she's got on. Perfect. as far as the color. She have eyeliner? I can't tell. Her eyes are very dark, but I don't think she's wearing eyeliner in this particular picture. She usually, based on what I've seen in her photos, tends to go for a more natural, very like light, blushy look. And this still looks so jagged. What is going on here? Let's add a little bit of black in there. And a little bit of beige. Just to kind of soften that up a little bit. Make it look more transparent. And then let's add this highlight back in with the G pen. Got about 20 minutes left on my self timer to finish Miss Eggy here. Most of this is the dress. So let me go ahead and go back and get started on that. I'm actually going to make the lace a cream color because against the peach it's still going to look white. But it's not going to be so stark white that I lose the lines. And someone else is messaging me. Twitter again. Oh gosh. As long as it's not anything super chaotic or problematic, we're okay. Alright. There is actually a little bit of this situation going on right underneath. Okay. Nice. Now, go ahead and do the other side. This is kind of where I wish I had an edit, because normally I would just cut all of this out of my videos and you would just see it finished at this point. But this is what it looks like to draw for me in real time. Maybe the next time I do a live stream, it will just be like a full elaborate painting. Honestly though, those for me usually take about 4 hours, so it wouldn't even be a super long stream. Maybe I could break it up into 2 parts. Just thinking of ideas. Although I do like my traditional format. But enough about me. So what are you guys doing for Black Fae Day? I know, again, no one's actively watching and commenting right now, so if you're watching this later on my channel, post down in the comments if you have any Black Fae Day plans. If you still don't even really know what Black Fae Day is, just check out Twitter, check out Instagram. There's actually a couple of groups on Facebook too that you can join if you're participating. And let me me see. Let me just go ahead and fill this in. And then do those mint stripes. And then the flowers. I'm not going to leave her dress just peach. But to do all of the blocking, that's going to take a little more time than I think I have. And I'm pretty sure the people who agree to me drawing them are going to want to skip to their particular drawing. I will, of course, post timestamps after the live stream is over so that you can just kind of watch your portion of the video. And you can, of course, watch the rest of it too if you feel so led. I know I don't have big streamer energy or even a lot to talk about. But again, this is, my first attempt at a live stream. It's basically just for me to participate in Black Fae Day and see what your thoughts are, what your plans are. Alright, let's see what it looks like with the background. Oh, that's cute. That's precious. Alright, the mint. It's a very light gray mint. Let's see. So it's here. Oh my goodness. Yep, that's okay. Oh. Here's what I need to do. It's here, and it's here, and it's here. Okay, so it does go under her hair. And then the piping, the rose piping, is more like just a true green. I'll come back and get that medallion colored properly. Oh, work a little faster, work a little faster. I think I'm still getting caught up in the details. Pink buds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here. There's 2 at the top. There's one that I'm missing here, but the medallion is covering that. So I just didn't ruche it in enough to get all of them. This is sheer. There's these flowers, which actually, if I just do all of this color, and then just do the detailing in white, I know there's one on here that's probably going to take me 2, maybe 3 hours. And I'm hoping it doesn't come up until the end of the stream. Or I'm just going to have to work extra fast and extra smart. There's a leaf here, and leaves here, and a little bit of flower detail here, and then a flower at the bottom. Some leaf detail here. Oh, I'm running just a little. Well, I did say I'd give myself until 2:15 on this one. So I think I'm actually doing okay. It's not going to have as much detail. So if you want to go check out Miss Eggy, I would recommend it because, again, she has super cute fashion sense. And just seems like a fun, chill person all around. Oh, thank you, Dootsy Cutie Patootie. Oh, of course I forgot to color in her necklace. There's always something. I'm so terrible with that. Like, I always think I'm done, and then I sit back and I look at it, and it's like, oh, there's this glaring thing that I just did not even bother to attempt. Okay, and then her pendant is actually like, it's like a bronzy, like a dark brass. I always confuse brass and bronze. Like, I know, like, material wise, that bronze is bronze and brass is a mix of bronze and copper. But as far as like color, they kind of look the same. I guess brass is usually a little more of like a almost an antique gold look to it. And then her pendant is actually a bright yellow because it's got those beautiful yellow roses on it. So let me see if I can get in there and just kind of go back and outline the rose that I had drawn earlier. Oh, there we go. And then I think I have just enough room to get the leaves in there. Let's see. Oh, but the leaves aren't quite green. They're like a dark mustardy. Oh, that's weird. Okay. It still reads as green when you look at it up close. I've done nothing with her face. Let me see. I've done nothing with her eyes. She still has these creepy Hinata eyes. Hinata can't be black. Hinata can't be black. Also, if you haven't seen that TikTok, you're missing out because it's beautiful. It was circulating maybe a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying not to make her look wall-eyed. That's always an issue I have with like drawing really dark eyes, is that it's really easy to make someone look like they're looking in two completely separate directions. There we go. Okay, let's get some of this peach for a blush. Where's my airbrush? And let's bump that up. Just kind of do a little bit of this. She has a little bit up here too. A very soft peachy tone. And then she has some sunlight coming in through here. But it doesn't look quite right to just do that little bit of etherealness there. Violets right above the lip, on the nose, and there's a little bit of peach on her nose. A little bit of a highlight here. And then for her lips, I'm just going to hand draw it, not like that, because that's over the top. There we go. And for her freckles, maybe not that dark. That might be too dark. No, it's fine. That's just me being paranoid with the color gradients here. Actually, a lot of this is in shadow because she has this light source coming from this, well, I guess, this direction. And then she has a little bit of a shadow here. I am using an XP pen. I actually used to use a Wacom tablet. I still have it. I just don't use it because I have to hook it up to my laptop, and my laptop has been trying to die on me for the past year or so. So I've got a tablet that's a touch screen. I'm drawing directly on the screen. Let's see, she's got a little bit of a shadow here. And a little bit of a shadow here. Do I want to make that hair darker? Maybe right under the ear. Yep. And just kind of add some strands in. Is that too dark? I think if I add in the right spots. What is this song? Sorry to disconnect the reality here, but I'm going to skip the song. There we go. And I'm just going to kind of cut back in. That's better. Now it's not as harsh. Okay. I still haven't added her freckles. Why am I like this? Okay, so we're going to do this. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Because it doesn't go under her nose. Yeah, this is one of the fairy playlists on Spotify. Just thought it would be nice. Yeah, some nice ambient music in the background. Okay. I think I'm at a good spot on Eggy to move on to the next one. So let's see who we've got coming up next. All right, where's my spin the wheel? There we go. All right, let's see who's next. Please don't be the really complicated one. And just because I asked, it's going to be the complicated one. How did I know? It almost wasn't. Okay, so A the Alchemist. I don't actually know if she's in this particular picture. She's mostly a photographer. So all of the pictures I found, it looked like they were from shoots that she had done, and not necessarily that she was in the shoots, but they're all still really like amazing lighting and composition. Go check out her Twitter page. I don't know if she has an Instagram, but I do know she has a Twitter because that's how I contacted her. So getting started on A the Alchemist, and I might need to take a little break after I finish this one. But I'm going to go ahead and get started on the line art. And this one had a lot of very like rich yellow and burgundy. So I think I'm going to go with a dark red line art. Just to kind of go with the tones and colors that I know I'm going to be using in this one. And then let's see, where's my reference? There it is. No, so it's not a commission drawing. These are just people that I had reached out to on Twitter and asked like, hey, are you cool if I draw you for my Black Fae Day live stream? They said yes, so I'm drawing them. Currently, I'm kind of sort of taking commissions, but I'm not like advertising that I'm taking commissions because like it's very few and far between that I actually get asked to do commissions for people. And at that point, it's actually usually friends and family who are like, hey, can you like do a logo for me, or like this, that, and the other. But these are just kind of, I guess, fan art, if you will. Let's see. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put this on screen. Let me see if it pops up. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that was the most recent question that I was answering, is whether or not these are commissioned drawings. Um, so yeah, let me pull my reference back up because apparently me clicking everything is moving too much stuff around. Okay. Oh, and of course, starting off on the wrong layer. It's so on brand for me. She's got very large Disney princess eyes. It's kind of adorable. Square jaw. Not super square though. And this hair. Yeah, so this one I'm going to give myself until 4 o'clock to finish, just because I know that it's going to be a doozy. First of all, there's 3 cosplayers here instead of just the one that I have in pretty much all the other photos. And unfortunately, I couldn't find their ats listed on the Alchemist page, but I'm pretty sure if I asked, she would be willing to tell me. Alright, so she actually has a braid going here. And then her eyebrows, kind of like this. And I think, yeah, there's a shadow here. Neck is turning here. This is a shoulder. Got a shoulder blade. Back of the shoulder. And then the bottom of the ear. I'll go ahead and turn this caption back on so that you guys know where to follow me. I have actually gained one more follower since two more since starting this endeavor. So it's one step closer to being able to fulfill my dream of being a full-time artist instead of having to work in retail and do art in my free time. It's a living. And I don't I don't hate where I work. It's just I would rather be doing art. Let's see. It has... And because... So she's actually like very much in the foreground. And is kind of blurry. So I'm not super worried about the amount of detail I can get for the fairy in the front. True. Art is very much so life. Let's see, she's got a little butterfly clip down here. She has a couple more. There's one. They're so blurry. I think there's one here. Yep, that's where I have it on the sketch. Little butterfly body, butterfly wing. And then there's another one up here, right at her temple. This wing kind of goes back and down. And this one goes up and out. Okay. Okay. And then it's, what is that, a white to pink gradient on that wig. About halfway through. She's got a very bold curl right here. Okay. She's wearing contacts, which make her eyes look very dramatic. They're white. So you can pretty much only see her eyelashes and her pupils. Very sharp face. Kind of square jaw. She's almost scowling a little bit. The picture that I'm referencing is a very much you can't sit with us kind of attitude. It's cute, but also a little intimidating. She has this kind of Farrah Fawcett hair flip thing going on. And then her wig goes down here. She's still not scowling quite enough. I don't know if I want to make her look as mean as she looks in the photo. I think it's that her eyes are a little bit wider. It's a little more almond shape. There we go. Yeah. Make your scratches on your tablet or in a separate. So I have Doozy's asking how do I do my layers. I actually have it. Let me see. I've got it turned down right now. I always do my sketch on its own layer, and then I just turn the opacity down so that I can kind of see it without seeing it, and so that I can line over it without it getting in the way. But usually, as far as the actual sketching process goes, I just kind of block out where things are, or if it's more complicated, I will actually draw directly over the reference photo itself, but then I'll still hand draw and paint everything else over it. Let's see. Her shirt. I love this dress. It's kind of like a I don't know, it's almost like a blouse that's been tucked into a corset, but she's not wearing a corset. I think as far as the sketch question though, I do actually remember having to draw my sketches on a piece of paper, scan it in, and then finish my drawing digitally. That was a pain in the butt. And I'm glad I don't actually have to do that anymore. That was back when I used GIMP, and I didn't even have my first tablet yet. That was when I was still drawing with a mouse. Those were the days. Back in my day. My first tablet, I think, cost $500. And it was just this little, it came with, I don't think it was Photoshop. I think it was like Wacom's own, whatever drawing program it had. But yeah, it was $500. And a tablet that size now, $250 easily. Actually, the tablet I'm drawing on now is $100 less than my first tablet. It is twice the size and has way more drawing power and like just than my first tablet ever had. It's crazy how much more accessible technology becomes if you just wait like 5 years. It's hard to control cursor. Oh, absolutely. So back when I started drawing with the mouse, I actually used to use something called iScribble. And I don't know who still remembers iScribble. There's a rumor that iScribble is supposed to be coming back, but it was basically this community drawing. Like, it was a website where you could draw on either public or private screens. And my friends and I used to just get on there and draw with our mice. Mouses seems more proper when you're talking about computers, and just practice drawing day in, day out. I remember the big thing was doing Pokemon pixel art. There used to be a Pokemon shuffle game on there, and people would spend hours customizing their Pokemon boards. And that's pretty much how you got good at drawing with a mouse, was just dedicating your time to having a steady hand. And with me being a very heavy-handed person, it took some adjusting, but eventually I got pretty decent. And then I got my first tablet for Christmas, and all bets were off. But kudos to people who still draw with a mouse, because it's in a league of its own. And actually, just for funsies, I actually did draw some clouds with a mouse recently. It's probably the easiest thing you could start with, because it's just fluff and colors. Oh, absolutely. The creation of the stylus is also, like, kudos to people who draw on their phones with their fingers. What kind of deals are you guys making? What kind of ancient pacts? I could never. I wouldn't even try. I don't even have an iPhone, and I would not try that. Alright, she has this very stale, I don't want to say like, not in like a mean way, but like this very kind of like almost a bored and angry expression. Her eyes are a little bit wider. Just a little bit though. Her brows are doing this for sure. She's a very round button nose, kind of like Eggy. Eggy's was a little more pointed though. And the bridge. I feel like maybe I made the brow too sharp. Yeah, it's a little bit closer. That's better. Alright, so she's got a couple of nose piercings actually. She's got two on the side here. She's almost giving a little bit of a smirk, but like not quite. Oh, wait a minute. There's my reference. Okay. Okay, and she has braid, and then it just kind of tapers off into this wispy doodad. And she's got another one over here. How much time does it take to do one of my... So, it depends. Usually when I'm doing something for one of my YouTube videos, usually 1 to 3 hours of drawing. And it also depends on the style that I'm working in. Like this style, I'm trying to do somewhere between more painterly style with a line style. Like the first one I did, you can see it's got a little more like airiness to it, but you can still see the lines in the cosplayer. This one ended up being a little more like cell shaded. And I think just for the sake of time, I'm going to end up having to maybe do more cell shading on Alchemy's Pick 2. But if I'm really like going for it, I've spent 5-6 hours on a picture before, but that's usually a more like fully painted, like no lines, just all blocks of color. And then if you want to see what the reference photo looks like, because I only have it on my first screen here, this is the reference photo. let me see. Let me actually, can I turn this up? There we go. So now you can see kind of what I'm going for. And there are some slight differences just because I'm not drawing directly over. But my goal is to just kind of get close enough. And also not spend 5 or 6 hours on each of these pieces because I do want to get to everyone who, I don't want to say volunteered because I did ask them, but agreed to letting me draw them. So because there are 6 people, technically counting each one in here, there are 8, and I'm going to be streaming this particular part for 7 hours. I kind of wanted to spend only about an hour on each piece, so that's why I'm kind of speeding through and not worrying too much about details and things like that. But yeah, I would say on average, again, about 1 to 3 hours. But I also tend more towards a very simplified style. The sleeve has a little bit of a ruffle to it. And then you've got the stitching. And then there's a little bit of ruching here. Skip. Sorry if that was anyone's like absolute banger like song that they listen to on repeat, but I can't. I have limits. Something in the nose still isn't looking quite. It's not upturned enough. She's looking upwards. Let me see here. Let me fix that. we go. Says back of the hand. She has this kind of glove type thing on. There's more ruching. It's not even ruching at this point because that's a very like stylistic thing. This is just wavy buckling that's going on here in the dress. And then you've got the band in the middle, which if I was just painting all of this instead of worrying about the line art, I would basically just be doing all of this. And her dress is like a spring green. I would just be doing this in variated shades of that green. But because I'm doing line art, because I like line art, I'm drawing in every single one of these wrinkles. And it looks like a lot. But when you've got pen pressure, it's really not. Yeah. Most of the time when I'm drawing, actually, I'll listen to just some like beachy lo-fi beats because it's just nice background music. I don't usually listen to this kind of music unless I'm playing D&D and I need it for a campaign setting. Makes sense. Which hopefully I'll get to play D&D again soon. My husband's trying to put together a campaign where he's a warlock and his patron is Titania, the Summer Queen from Midsummer Night's Dream. Let's see. Alright, and her sleeve is kind of ruffly, like so. Not so much. It kind of dips. Like this. And then her hand is actually... So in the original photo, her hand is holding a camera. But it's a fantasy setting. So I changed it to a crystal ball. And I hope this is readable as a pinky and not as a really weird thumb. Oh gosh. There we go. Almost perfect. Oh man. There we go. And then I get the rest of her hand, kind of this faint, wiggly glass type look. And then here's the thumb. It still doesn't look quite right. Okay, well that's... Okay, so you've got... She's holding it out like this. So the thumb is on the right side. Maybe I need to do the pinky kind of... have the fingers a little more splayed out. And then have the pinky cupping it like this. That looks better. It looks more like she's trying to hold the ball versus having her fingers just splayed out weird. It's just, let's see what this looks like from a distance. That's still not quite right, because the ball needs to be sitting here, like in that nook where the palm is. You just draw the ball first and then draw the fingers around it. That usually works a lot better. That looks like she's holding a disc. I'm in danger. Okay, back to square one. I've got 15 minutes to get this hand right. I think that's plenty of time. But so far... Let me start over on the sketch layer and see if I can fix it at the fundamental root of this issue. So her hand... should actually be sitting up here. That's a little bit better. I think I can work with that. Let me see what this gets me. I think I need to back up a little bit. Okay, so we've got the wrist. And the ball that's sitting here. No tangents. And the rest of the fingers be doing something like this in order to hold it. And now our hand looks way too small. Should I just go back to the way I had it? Was it okay? Or am I just overthinking it? I think if I just do this, it'll be okay. Yeah, I like the way that looks. So for the background, it's this kind of, there's a lot of like brick and mortar. Some kind of like really weird silhouettes and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and fill that in. It's like a dark, there's a light that runs across here. There's a window here. Most of this is actually dark red. And on that same highlight, you've got this going on. Alternatively, I could just kind of change the background again. Definitely like the way this kind of painted. Make it a glowing crystal ball. To hide the hand, brilliant. No, I'm not going to try to like hide the hand, but I think having it glowing would be kind of cute. But then I would also have another light source to contend with. Let me see how far I get with this painting, and then I'll figure out if I want it to glow. It's outside. It has these kind of just dark, blobby tree-like shapes that aren't quite trees. I'm wondering what time this photo shoot took place, because this lighting looks like it was done in the evening, but there's obviously also some sort of internal rim light where the shoot was taking place. Let's see if it just got grooves. Something like this. And then it's a little bit darker here. I'll just fill that in. great about this is that I can still see my lines, but I gotta set those to overlay anyway. And then get rid of my sketch layer. So you... They all have a very similar warm, nutty yellow skin tone. The one in the middle is a bit darker. Actually, the one on the left is just ever so slightly lighter in skin tone. And that might just be the lighting itself, actually. She's more like a roasted cinnamon. And this is her hand, which is actually mostly in shadow, so it's going to be very dark. And a lot of her face is actually in shadow too, but it's not a dark brown. It's a dark orange. I would say this is actually the medium tone. She has a very bright highlight on her forehead and on the cheek. I'll blend that out. There's a small highlight here above the lip. And then here behind the shoulder, light dips. And she's got a bit of a warm red, just a gradient. Very bold green eyeshadow. And her hair is green too. It's kind of like a yellow green, like an olivey. Let's go this color. And of course, this part in the back is a lot darker. Darker than that. Oh, darker than that, but I think that'll be okay. I totally said I was going to change my pen nib between streams, and that did not happen. So if you guys can hear the scratching and it's bothering you, I am so sorry. It's pastel. A little bit of highlight on her chin. Let's go darker so I can bring those highlights up properly. She has brown eyes. She didn't do her eyebrows, so those are still brown. The shadow that's in her eye. So that's actually going to be a lot darker. For this one, I need to try to paint in the round a little bit more. And just get my flats on here. Her dress was this very citron. Let's see. Mixing and blending. I've experimented with quite a few different blending styles over the years. And it also helps to just kind of study color theory and to look at what colors the lights are actually making versus how we perceive them, because it's usually a completely different color. Like, say for instance, if I was to color pick directly from the photo, I would get some weird colors that I didn't even think were in the photo. But when colors are juxtaposed, they take on different natures. And I wish I had a better way to show you. Like, there was one that I did where I needed a light purple, but it wasn't quite so much a purple as it was a gray that looked purple when it was put in the right spot. And a lot of that just comes from practice and study. And some of it comes from just kind of playing around with stuff and seeing what works. Like this. So where this light ends, there is actually a little bit of orange right here. But because of it being next to green, it doesn't quite look orange. It just looks like a nice soft brown, which honestly, brown is just a dark orange. And all of this is actually going to need to be darker too, because seeing it next to those trees, all of this is going to need to be darker. So I'm just going down and just pushing the values way down until it gets to the right temperature. And then I can take this light here and just soften it up a little bit. And get that nice little glow where there's like a very hard light and shadow difference in this particular picture. Whoops. All right, let me just close this off and fill that in. I think I've got everything closed off that needs to be closed off. Okay. And now I can see that this also needs to be way darker than I've made it. So I'm just going to go back in and push those values even more, because this picture has like some very high contrast, and that just needs to be shown. There. That's looking more like what the photo actually looks like now. And then her skin, it's a little more red. Mm-hmm. But I need to make it and now it's looking kind of muddy. I could just do a red overlay on the skin once I get the shadows established. And then this needs to be much darker. Her lips are almost entirely in shadow. She has this part where it's parted. There we go. It's looking better. It's getting there. But I think I want to go ahead and move on to the next girl. I've got to fill in her crown too. Is that darker? It's a little more yellow. It's not necessarily darker. This is actually this color. There's this shadow here, and this little bit of rim lighting, where you've got that separation, and just a little bit of that warmth, because the dress has a little bit of transparency to it, where the skin is peeking through, like right here in the arm. So I'll just take that and blend it into the folds. And then finish painting this in. There's a little bit of highlight on the ruffles, and that's going to get blended in. She has a lot of decoration on her dress that I'll need to get back to too. A little bit more of this orange. There's like a... It's almost like a red light coming from underneath of where they're standing. Her dress, it's a peachy pink. This peachy pink keeps coming up. And not that it's a color I dislike, but it is very hard to get to show up with my particular style of coloring, because it's very close to the white end of the color wheel. And absolute white, absolute black, and absolute hues make my lines disappear. So let me see what I can do to make this a little more visible. Right off the bat, she's got this dark red shadow. And there's a bit of light here. And a line here and a hard line here. This is more like a yellow, but a gray yellow. And then she has a little bit of that here. and a little bit here, and a little bit of red right here. It's very dark lips. Her eye makeup. Her eyes are just white. Just stark white. But I think what I'm going to do is make them ultraviolet instead, to go with the reds and blues I've already got going on. And it also goes with her wig. Let's get that G pen in there. Why is my G pen set to 60? I never have it that high. What is going on? Oh, now she looks like a Pokemon. Okay. Her eyelashes, her eyeshadow, very dark and heavy. But her eyebrows are white. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of this. See if that helps me get some more lines on there. A little more variation. It's not quite that red. There's some in there. A little bit of a glow. Here, here, and here, and right on her forehead. And her wig is a dark lavender. It's like a dusty mauve. Let's see. Ooh, a little more gray. A lot more gray, actually. Okay, that's the front part of her wig. And this is here. I really wish I had more to say about these drawings and cosplayers that I'm working on, but I really did just kind of randomly pick cosplayers who I thought were like just doing an A+ job at this Black Fae Day. And of course, the closer it got to the day, which Black Fae Day is officially on the 8th. I'm doing my stream today because I have work on the 8th. And I think, the closer it gets time, more people will be showing what their actual cosplays and whatnot look like. Did I jump the gun? No, I don't think so, because there were actually like a fair amount of good cosplays already out. And there were actually a few who, when I first looked at the tag, I had saved and I wanted to go back and ask them, like, hey, do you want to be my video? But then a few days later, like, they had just completely disappeared. I couldn't find their picture. I couldn't find their profile. And I don't think it's because they deactivated or anything. I just, for some reason, could not find their picture. Like, there was one who did... It wasn't Tinkerbell. Am I doing cosplay? I'm doing a very light version of cosplay. All of my costumes are actually back home a state away. When I moved, I decided not to keep those things with me because we were still in the middle of the pandemic when we moved. And I'm like, well, where am I going to wear these? So I just kind of do my little closet cosplay. But what I was saying about the one, it was not Tinkerbell, but it was one of her friends. It was the yellow one with the little sunflower seed. And the woman who was doing her costume was just like the perfect embodiment. Like, she just had these like cute little, like, she just looked the part. She just looked like a fairy. And I was like, oh my goodness, like, this is perfect. And then I went back and I could not find her page or the picture to save my life. Where is this pink light coming from? Are you doing a cosplay, Dootsy Cutie Patootie? I love your name, by the way. I'm just gonna over dramatize the dress there. It's kind of just a very ambiguous midnight sky out there, huh? And there's a little bit of blue peeking through. I should definitely be doing this on a different layer than I am, but it's fine. It's fine. There we go. There's this soft blue gradient happening in the window here. Let's see. I used to dress on Halloween, but I don't participate. Gotcha. Yeah, like, that's kind of the only time I would ever really get to cosplay now. is for Halloween. Fortunately, I work at a job where we're allowed to dress up for work, and that's the extent of my cosplay participation nowadays. As a matter of fact, the first and only con I've ever gone to was Raleigh Con, I think 3 years ago now, and I had a great time. Um, and I did a kind of a soft cosplay. It's kind of like a black version of Rainbow Bright, but some of the people's costumes there were just like way cool. And it's just fun to see everyone just kind of dress up and just kind of be in their element for a little bit. This is not blending the way I wanted to. So we're just gonna do this. There we go. Okay. Nope. Erase that. Because I really can't tell what's going on outside of this window here. And there's the bars going this way. It's still way, way darker. Like almost black. Everything on this side is almost black compared to everything else going on in the picture. And I still haven't even done. First of all, this last butterfly princess here. She's mostly pink. Her dress is also kind of this dark cream, but it's like a this way. It's a very, yeah, I think that's it. And then I can just cut some light back into it. Okay, good. I've still got 30 minutes on my self timer for the coloring. I think I'm doing pretty good for what is arguably the most complicated picture that I've chosen for this video. Their wigs are very similar in color. I have to do. Where this is. So you trick or treats, but as adults, you should be the one. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the neighborhood. With last year trick or treat being canceled because of the pandemic, but there were still plenty of people in my neighborhood who were still going out and trick or treating. And at that point, it was a little more disheartening because there were still a lot of like stay-at-home mandates in place, and people obviously were not following them. I was out because I had to work that night. But as soon as I got off, I went home and just watched scary movies with my husband, and we ate popcorn and Halloween candy because that's what you do when you're an adult if you're not going to any kind of party or anything. Granted, that is, of course, if you like, celebrate Halloween. I had one woman almost like kind of freak out on me, and she was asking if we had any garden flags. And I told her, no, we don't have any, like, regular garden flags. We have some for Halloween. And her immediate response was like, oh, I don't celebrate Halloween. It's a witch's holiday. Which, if you know the origins of Halloween, is kind of ironically ignorant. But I don't blame her. I understand the connotation with, like, Halloween being, like, a witch's day because people are dressing up as, like, demons and zombies and things like that. But the actual history of Halloween, it didn't start out like that. And Mina Lee did an excellent video on the history of Halloween costumes and Halloween fashion, and just kind of the history of Halloween in general. I'm thinking this might be a little too bright. I have to put a little more gray in here. Her roots are dark. Let's see. Okay, I've got to do something with this background. But I also need to finish the eyes. Not me getting way too comfortable doing just one bit of detail. Not me having poor time management. She also has very dark makeup. And her butterflies are white, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Let's go a little bit softer. Nice transitions there. It's a very sharp collarbone section. Not collarbone, shoulder blade. But then it just kind of Yeah, that's kind of right. However, see, this section here just had a lot of really point to it. Actually, it's more like this. And then there's a section here. And then a section of shadow and another section of light. Still haven't done anything with the rest of the background though. And this looks there. Yeah, I agree. Much better. Her headband is white, but before I can get back to that, a little bit of this going on. And then this was like a very striking, this braid. Oh, what am I gonna do for this background? It's all just dark brick. So I think what I'll do is I'll just fill this in and make it muddy. This is a little bit lighter. And there is, underneath of here, there is this weird, almost looks like a cutout. Unless I want to be here for another 3 hours, I can't really do anything too elaborate with the background. But I am at least going to get this lighting in place here. There's a plant down here. I was just about to say this sounds like Von Ziegler, and that's because it is Von Ziegler. I was worried about playing any of his music because I wasn't sure if you can get copyright strikes on live. Guess we'll find out soon. Just the kind of idea of brickwork. No lyrics on it, so probably not. Okay. And I'm playing it through Spotify, so even though, it's not royalty free, he's still getting his pennies. So oh, I see what's going on here. That's on the wrong layer. Okay, I still have to do something with her tiara. How much time do I have? I've got 10 minutes. Okay, the tiara is a dark, brassy, bronzy, however you want to call it. And it's got a couple of pretty striking highlights on it. right where the light is hitting the hardest. So I need to erase a couple of places and then paint that back in. And then her tiara is a silver. I think I'm actually just going to do it over top of the line art and kind of trace where I've already marked the leaves. And I should probably be doing this with my G pen instead of my gouache pen. And highlights, there's a lot of those, and they're actually almost a bit more of a chrome champagne color than truly a silver. Okay. I'm going to do one more highlight on the eye, and then I think I'm going to call it on this one. The ball! The crystal ball! Panic mode. Okay. Why is it not showing up? Oh, I know why. Because I've got it on the wrong setting. And I think and I'll just do kind of a little highlight here and on the edge. Because that light is like really coming from the front there. Make that just a little softer. But at the same time, the ball shouldn't really be any lighter than the rest of anything else that's over here because it's all shadow. So what I actually need to do is make it darker. Get rid of this. Okay. Okay. Did I forget anything this time? Tiaras, sparkling, everyone's colored in, eyes are done, dresses are done, except for the decorations on her dress, but minor detail. I've got the butterflies, everyone's got the butterflies. Her headband is not colored. And it's not actually pink. It just looks like that because of the overlay that I've got going on. And once I get rid of that, there we go. Okay. It's going on 4 o'clock. I've got 3 hours left in this part of the stream. And I have 3 cosplayers left. Can I get these all done in an hour apiece? We'll find out. Did I also save the others? I might go back to Eggy and just do some better shading. This is very light. Why is this so light? Here's what I'm going to do. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. Oh, that looks better. However, I'm not quite done here. I just want to round this out and make it a little bit better. A little more subtle. My assistant has just brought me a refreshing beverage. It's nice being married sometimes. I guess he figured at this point my water would be out. He's right. Yeah. Okay. What are we at? 4 o'clock? Alright. So, touch-ups are over. Gotta start on the next one. Yeah, that looks a lot better. A lot dreamier. A lot more dramatic. I'll have to come back to Eggy. Okay, so who's next? Gigi! So for Gigi's actually is a little more unique, just in the fact that I actually took 2 of her pictures and kind of made a composite pose of them. Gigi is here. So she had one photo in profile and another where she was holding her dress out, and I just kind of smushed them together because I wanted to be able to see her wings, but I also like that in the profile, well, in one of them you can see the dress detail and the other one you can't, so I wanted to be able to see both, so I just took those and combined them. Let's see. Gigi's reference photo. Let me pull that up. Per moi. And let's see. And according to her Twitter profile, she's a writer. She is a self-professed fashion connoisseur, if you will. However, if you are not over 18, do not go to her profile because she will block you because her content is not for minors. So, GG. I'm going to go ahead. This one hopefully will be a lot faster because it's simple composition, one character, simple pose. And I think for the frame, I just want to do something just nice and sweet. I recently downloaded some new frame brushes. Let's see if I can. Oh, here we go. Yep, I think I'm going to use this one here because it looks like the mirror that she was posing in front of. So we're just going to squish that down. And we're going to make it transparent. And then we're going to put it behind the line art. So for now, I'm going to turn it off until I've got the lines figured out. Starting to get a little hungry. Maybe I should take a little break. Maybe my assistant can bring me something to eat. I did have lunch before I started this part of the stream, but it is getting close to dinner time too. Okay. So she has this very delicate, just kind of silver wire wrapped crown, and it has a crystal on top. Kind of goes like this. So excuse me. So glad to be back doing the line art. Not that I don't enjoy coloring, it's just I enjoy line art more. If I could pay someone to just color my line art for me, that would be kind of great. But artists don't really do collabs anymore. And it's kind of like, what happened to that? Like, back in the early days of DeviantArt, back when I was a wee teenager, preteen even, collabs used to be everything. And trades. And no one does that anymore because the art scene has just gotten very weird in the past maybe 10 years. In so much as that, like, everyone kind of wants to be friends with everyone, but no one really knows how to do it. And all the more popular artists are like so busy doing commissions that they don't really do like trades anymore. Actually, Thuman recently did a trade / collab, which I was pretty surprised to see. She's actually, I'd say she's a more popular artist, and unfortunately that also puts her in the line of people who don't like her. She's been dealing with a lot of just absolutely horrible racism because of a picture that she drew where she drew herself as Kiki. She wasn't even like blackifying Kiki like a lot of black artists in the community. Like, they do a black version of traditionally Asian, not white, Asian anime characters, and usually drama ensues, as it does because it's Twitter. But yeah, she drew herself as Kiki, and Twitter just, I mean, trigger warning if you're really sensitive to that kind of stuff. The racist lashback that she got on that was very severe, and stuff she's still dealing with on a nearly daily basis. And it's honestly, I'm upset for her. I was actually just telling a friend that I haven't experienced racism to that extent. I've experienced the more subtle racism in my growing up. No one's like shouting inward at me from the middle of the street or on the internet. But in some ways, I mean, the more overt racism, it's like, because that way you know what they're about, versus like the more sneaky, subtle, it's like, oh, they're a nice person, but are they really? So anyway, go give Thuman some love because she needs it. Let's see. Okay. Her dress goes a little something like this. Oh, absolutely. Like, that's one of the main reasons why I don't have an Instagram. It's like, I know that, like, not having Instagram isn't going to keep my art off of Instagram. I'm also not, like, good enough to steal from, but, like, there are, like, professional watermark removers out there, and it's absolutely disgusting. Let's see. Yeah, just because digital art has just become so much more accessible than traditional art, because traditional art is like, it's revered as this, like, it's physical, blah blah blah, and it's like, yes, but it's really expensive. Like, you have to keep buying your material, and those materials are not cheap, and if you do get the cheap materials, they're not going to last long. So most people starting out nowadays, and just because of the age we're in, start with digital art, but unfortunately there's this mentality that digital art isn't real art, and oh, if you put it on the internet it can be stolen, or if you don't want it stolen, don't put it on the internet. If you, like, how about you just not be a jerk and don't steal the artwork? But thieves don't care. And I was actually just thinking about this not too long ago, is that fan artists are so disrespected. And I mean, of course, it's because the idea is that, like, well, it's not their IP or whatever. And it's like, but if an artist says, like, hey, don't repost my artwork, don't repost it. Like, especially if, like, you know, some are okay with you asking, like, hey, can I put this on my fan account, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it's not a universal thing. And for you to just take someone else's interpretation of a character just because it's not technically their character, that's still their artwork. They still put that time into drawing that particular iteration of a character. And it needs to stop. It's not going to stop because people are people, to put it kindly. But it's just such a frustrating uphill battle of how disrespected artists already are. And then for lay people to basically just come in and say, like, oh, I can take this because, you know, it's just some pixels or whatever. No, like, I'm literally sitting here drawing. Like, this stuff doesn't just pop out of thin air. Like, yes, having a tablet does make it a lot easier, but there is a learning curve because I started out as a traditional artist and I still draw traditionally. But having the tablet doesn't automatically make you a better artist. It just makes it faster in some aspects. You still have to understand fundamentals and anatomy and color. And it's like, I hate this mentality that digital art isn't real art. It's in the name, it's art. Granted, yes, it is a lot easier to steal a picture of Todoroki off the internet and claim it as your own than to steal the Mona Lisa because it's heavily guarded in a museum. But the principle is still the same. You're still stealing someone's creation. It's still theft. If you can't tell, I have a very complicated relationship with being an artist on the internet. I'm at a place where, like, I want to get popular enough that someone will come to me and say, hey, this person's stealing your art, if that does happen. But it's also kind of at a place where, like, you have to be that popular that someone would want to take your stuff in the first place. And the thought of fame in that aspect scares me a little bit. Like, I haven't even broken 100 followers, let alone like 1 or 5 or 10,000. So this is all just hypothetical for me. But theft is theft, and that's another reason why, like, I stay away from fan art most of the time, because I don't want my stuff to be stolen and toted around on someone's fan page. I also hate the idea of having to put a huge ugly watermark all over my art just to stop people from stealing it or altering it, but those are the precautions that have to be taken. And it's kind of to the point where, like, well, even if it is stolen, they'll know where it came from. So it's kind of a win-lose situation. But artists keep creating because that's what they like to do. And there are, stop gaps and laws in place to kind of quell the art theft. But there's so much that just isn't addressed because it's either from a smaller artist or it's fan art, which is a sticky issue because, okay, like, let's address this. It is one thing to draw fan art, but to draw it and then sell it is actually illegal because it's copyright infringement. But most companies won't give you a DMCA because it's not hurting their profit margins or whatever. Okay. Am I done with the liner already? Wow. Almost. I've got a couple more ornaments to put on here. Okay. I think I'm done with the liner now. That hand is kind of big. It's not kind of big. It is big. It's huge. Oh, hi. I was ranting about art theft, but welcome to my Black Fae Day stream. I'm drawing Black Fae Day cosplayers. I'm currently drawing Gigi Norris, but we were talking about art theft. I don't remember how we got on the topic, but Dootsy Cutie had mentioned about how easy it is to steal art in the digital age, and I just kind of spiraled onto a rant. But if you have anything to say about art theft, please contribute. I would love to hear like other people's thoughts on it. That's also part of the reason why I asked these creators if I could draw them, because it feels kind of weird to just like draw someone without asking permission. I mean, I know that their picture is online and like everyone can see it. But I don't know. I just personally for me, I feel weird about just drawing someone that belongs to someone else without asking first. And I'm glad that they all agreed because these cosplays are gorgeous. For the frame. Oh, that's what I want. Okay. No, slow responses are fine. I actually I assumed that there was some sort of lag going on between Restream and YouTube anyway. But yeah, like I said, fan art is always kind of a tricky tricky little monster to deal with. Yeah. I think for the most part, it's one thing if you're just like directly tracing a cell from an anime and trying to resell it as your own. We're not going to name names, but if you know, you know. But it's another thing because like there is some absolutely incredible fan art out there that obviously the artist put their heart and soul into. And it's like even if it's not their character, it's just kind of yeah, it's I don't know. I'm kind of wishy-washy about where I stand with selling fan art. But I mean, if you're like legally, like if there's already things put in place to make sure that like everything's okay and like nothing's being done illegally, that's one thing. And I didn't set my layered overlay. There we go. Oh, My assistant is back. He's brought me another offering. Also, surprise, my husband is white. I think everyone who is here now missed my earlier discussion about how I was kind of ostracized from the black community growing up because I was too white. So, stands to go that I would end up with someone who wasn't black in the long run, right? I mean, not always, but ooh, let's clean this up. Like a lot. Also, I did eat on stream for the AM stream for breakfast, but that was a short stream and it was just toast. Are you guys like cool with me eating my lunch on stream? Second lunch, if you will. The appetite of a hobbit. Oh, let me make this smaller. I feel like there will be a lot of some last track with the yeah. Yeah, and I'd also mentioned like that's why like I'm so like I love that this is hopefully going to become a long lasting thing because of my experience growing up. But now like there's a lot more black fantasy being um not accepted but like more so pushed into mainstream media. Here for it. Even though there have been a historic amount of black fantasy and sci-fi authors kind of operating in the woodwork, because what you mostly see being touted on the shelves of Barnes and Noble are, and nothing against these authors because I have read these authors, love these authors, have even like met some of them at cons, but your Brandon Sandersons and your Lee Bardugos and Brent Weeks, all great fantasy authors in their own right. Also, if you hear gunshots, my neighbors are doing something. But black fantasy authors haven't really, they just don't get the same kind of advertise. Like you have to actively seek them out versus having the kind of content pushed in your face. And with the push for diversity, I hope that's going to change. I feel like the expectation is that most black fantasy authors write urban fantasy, where it's like fantasy set in a modern day setting versus a historical setting. And the main thing with the Black Fae Day hashtag was that it was kind of a more so emphasis on traditional fairy tales from a black perspective. Okay, I'm wasting my time. There we go. Work smarter, not harder. And I do still have 30 minutes to work on the color. What color are her wings? Were they pink? I feel like they were pink. They are. They're like a light, very light, dusty. Let's see. I feel like this is still going to be too dark. It's like a... It's almost like a gray. And I think it may just be the lighting. Oops, that is blending into my paper. Okay, let's go. Let's push the color. This is torture. I'm literally just holding my plate of pizza like 5 inches away from my face. It's just... I don't want to ruin my lipstick. It's like, I don't know what this particular manga is called, and I don't even know if you could call it like a full, because it was a one shot. What are they called? They're not doujins. It's not a light novel either, but it's basically this girl who was teased for being fat all the time. So she went on a diet where she couldn't eat anything. She could only smell the food. And she lost all this weight, got crazy skinny. And this was to impress, a guy, of course. And once she lost the weight, of course, he noticed her. And he asked her out on a date. And after the date, of course, he was like, "Oh, like, you're so pretty, you're so hot, can I give you a kiss?" Da, da, da. And because she has been starving herself all this time to lose all this weight, she hasn't been eating. She's absolutely hungry. So he goes in for a kiss, and she bites his lip off. Me sitting here just smelling this plate of pizza made me think of that. I could never. This is torture. Like, if I see it, I'm going to eat it. But that's also why I work out. I work out so I can eat. That's literally it. It's not. I actually like working out, but that's part of it. I feel less guilty about having a treat if I've done my 100 crunches for the day. Okay. Nope, her forehead goes here. And her hair starts here. So, bringing it back to what we're actually supposed to be talking about during this video, Black Fae Day. Have you guys read anything recently by any Black fantasy authors that just kind of stuck with you? I've only recently tried to dip my toes into the world that is Octavia Butler, but I never really dip a toe. Like, if I'm gonna do something, I kind of just jump into the deep end, and I'm a terrible swimmer. But I know that there's Children of Blood and Bone, which is supposed to be getting made into... I thought it was a movie, but I've been seeing floating around that it's supposed to be made into a TV show on either Amazon or HBO. And I've been meaning to read that. It came out probably about 4 or 5 years ago at this point. And there was another one that was apparently supposed to be dark African fantasy based on Ifa and African spiritualism. But I looked at a review on YouTube of that particular book, and apparently it's just unnecessarily graphic, especially in regards to sexual trauma. So I'm going to be giving that one a pass. As in, like, I'm not going to read it. Not like you get a pass. Like, no. And I think there's supposed to be 2 more books in that particular series, so I will not be reading any of them. And I wish I could remember what it's called. But there's like, I think there's like a cheetah on the back of it. I know that's like not very descriptive, but it's not like, it's very like Art Deco stylized. Okay, let me see what this is looking like. Oh, that's actually very cute. Okay, what color her eye? Of course her eyes are brown. She's not wearing contacts. Okay, I'm gonna take a bite of this pizza. This is killing me. I'm sorry, guys. I need my art juice. Mm. In my defense, I have been drawing for 4.5 hours straight. So, there's that. She's not wearing any makeup. Should I do her makeup? Would that be wrong? We're gonna let her be natural. Oops, kind of like Actually, now that I think about it, it's funny that I'm on the topic of Black fantasy writers, because I'm literally drawing one. Well, she writes a different kind of fantasy. Gigi Norez is an Arrow author, not AROERO, which is part of the reason why her account is blocked from people who are under 18. But if you're into that kind of thing, like, I like romance novels, but that's kind of where I would like to support more Black authors in that aspect, but I can't, in good conscience, I can't. It's just not my cup of tea. It doesn't jiggle my jollies, whatever you want to say. Her beads are kind of like this a dark gold. I was about to make a C-Team joke, but C Team has been off for almost 2 years now, and I don't know if anyone would actually get the reference. Oh, thank you, Dudesy. Thank you for joining me, my first live stream. I hope you have an awesome night with no nightmares and dream of black sugar plum fairies in the spirit of Black Fae Day. Let's see. Ah, this is so cute. This is big Disney princess energy. So, Gothic Sugar, what are you doing for Black Fae Day? Oh, thank you. Trying to figure out how to make it more stylistically cohesive with the other pieces I've already done. Like the last one I did was like super painterly. This one was a little more dream-like. This one's very cel-shaded. Where am I? I'm on Gigi. So maybe it'll be okay if I do Gigi's in kind of this more like flat Disney style. Especially since self-timer, I've only got 15 more minutes to do this particular painting. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. These guys are trying and still worrying about the art style. Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is just kind of do some soft airbrushing on her skin. And then do something with the hair. It's kind of similar. What am I looking for? There's my airbrush. 80% of my art process is drawing on the wrong layer and trying to find the right tool. Let me see. Let's do this first and then this because I don't want it to get outside. That's a weird highlight. Let's go here, and then the way the light is hitting her face, cheek, but I also don't want her to look ashy. Let's do a little red. What's that gonna do? Oh, that's actually very nice. Oh, that's too much. A little bit of highlight there and here. Let's see what that looks like without the ants. Oh, lovely. It's just simple and soft. Sometimes you don't need to overthink it. I have a big problem with overthinking my art process because most of the time I'm trying to imitate someone else's style that I like, and I'm having trouble coming to terms with the fact that I'm just me and I have limitations, but I am trying to get better about that, and I've been leaning more into this kind of soft anime style, even though I know it's very Western. On the background and then with the frame. I did think about doing some kind of like a fairy gate, like inside the frame behind her there's like some kind of open grassy field, and I think if I can pull that off in 15 minutes it'll look really good. Still have to figure out something to do with the hair. Let's give it some golden light. I like that idea. And I need to pump up my brush. What brush is this? Why is that doing that? Okay. And then yeah, it does take time, but it's also something apparently like every artist deals with. Like even the big artists that I follow are constantly having that like not imposter syndrome, but one that I was looking at recently, Indie. She's like a phenomenal artist, and she was like, I've been feeling kind of mad about my art lately. And I'm like, excuse me, what? Like, you're crazy good at what you do. But everyone's entitled to feel how they feel about their art, regardless of what level other people think they're at. And so, just in that aspect, I think maybe more of what she was feeling is that maybe she wanted to grow and it felt that she was stagnating. But again, like, she's a crazy amazing artist. And for her to feel like her art was looking less than its best is valid. But it's also kind of like, where is that coming from? Ooh, that needs to be smaller. Oh boy. Try not to make it look too muddy, but I also don't need it to be this sharp. And then I need to go back in and do the highest lights, because this would just be the mid light. And maybe darken this a little bit, just to show that the light isn't quite getting to this side of her hair. Almost. See, yeah, because you can feel like you see where you want to be, and you can feel like you're not getting there. But that's when it's also important to kind of like step back and look at art that you did a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, and actually see like, oh, like I actually improved in this area, or oh, I still need to work in this particular area. Like I actually recently did a picture of another one of my, I guess I hate calling them OCs, a character for a project I'm working on. And this picture, the first one was just from like a year or two ago, and the new one was from like 2 weeks ago. And then putting them side by side and seeing like, oh, like I actually have been growing a little bit as an artist. Were there still some wonky spots in the art? Absolutely, because we're constantly growing in what we do. But did it look better in some spots than the first one? Also, yes. So even though I could say it wasn't my best work, it was better than my first attempt. Something's missing, and it's the crown. Oh, and the little star. I think I'll make a paint to match her wings. How cute. And then I'm actually going to blur this a little bit, just to give it a little softy kind of painterly look. And her crown is silver, but again, it looks kind of more like almost like a champagne-y. It doesn't look like silver. Like if I'm trying to match the color. Also, it goes very nicely with the colors that she has going on with her hair and dress. If I do it this way instead of just like straight silver. I'm still going to add some white highlights though. Yeah. And maybe just something, just a little softness on the dress. Just so that the skin doesn't look so different from the rest of it. Ooh, that's too bright. Yeah, that's all that needed. Just a little something soft. Now, do I have time to do this fairy window? Let's find out. Let's see, it's gonna kind of be up through here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh my gosh, you're witnessing a disaster. Let's come in just a little bit. Up through here and down the middle. Make sure I'm going to see a little bit of that. And let's see. Let's do a little bit of softness at the bottom. I think I'm just going to kind of like paint this in. Because you're not going to see too much of it. I think that's... yeah. Should I soften those edges? I think it's okay. I think I can leave it alone. I'm happy with it. You can see her wings, the crown. In the picture, that's what she was kind of like most concerned about. And she was saying how like her wings were super tiny. But I think they're adorable, and that's why I wanted to show them. But I also like, again, the profile pose better, so that's why I had to combine those two. Was there anything that I left off? No. Okay. So this is Gigi. Okay. Who's next? So the implication of a dealer's choice was that I was going to have enough time to do everyone and then some, or that someone wasn't going to get drawn. So if I land on that, I'm just going to cut it out. Let's see. No. So we've got Talon Kell and Megamite. Talon! Okay. So Megamite is going to close the stream out. And I'm definitely going to do megas in this kind of style. But Talon... let's see. Let me pull up my reference for Talon. Where'd she go? There she is. So Talon is a speaker. I think she's also a writer. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, she is a writer and a speaker, and very politically active as far as like representation for the Black community goes. Um, and she is, I mean, of course, also a cosplayer. Um, one of many rising plus size cosplayers, and I just thought her look was super adorable. She has this bright, like spinach green wig on, and her bustier is like a hot pink, and then her eyes and makeup are also hot pink. It's just like a super cute combo. So I was like, hey, can I draw you? So here we are. I'm gonna draw Talon. I'm gonna start on it after I finish eating my piece of pizza because I don't want the smell to keep torturing me. Also, like, how cute is this pose? I'm gonna do her lines in a dark mulberry to really go with her skin tone. Is actually like got some pinkish hues to it. Like, I mean, of course, most skin tones do because we have blood, and blood makes your skin reddish pink. Um, but I don't know. Maybe it's the lighting. Maybe it's the costume. But she does have kind of like more of like a pink hue to her brown skin. She has these big, adorable, like Disney eyelashes. Everyone's makeup has been like just phenomenal. And there's me over here being basic. Well, because like I don't wear makeup. I wear makeup to dress up, and that's it. This is all you're getting: some simple eyeliner and some lipstick. That's all you get. She's a very strong bridge. This eyebrow is almost. There we go. Cheeks are both round and pointy at the same time. Well, what look are you going for? I mean, you should be able to dress however you want, regardless of like what your skin looks like. Although some people are able to pull off certain colors better than others. Like I can't pull off green to save my life because I have too much yellow or something and it just doesn't work. But maybe there are ways that you can alter your costume that looks, just better with the undertones in your skin. She doesn't have sharp nails. Why did I do that? She has this one curl kind of falls into her hand like this. That's gonna look weird until I color it. I know who this face reminds me of. She looks like Mariah Carey. But she's kind of doing a little bit more of this. Oh, so kind of like what I'm wearing. It's literally a closet cosplay. Nice. And initially, I was actually going to wear. I have this iridescent jacket that I got from Inu Inu. But the way it fits around my shoulders is kind of weird, so I decided to kind of like, whatever, just go simple black. And the original idea, I was going to be a prism fairy. So, like, I've got all this black, but then, like, on the outside, I have, like, this prism of light, very Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon inspired. Closet cosplays are super fun, though. Always a good excuse to go thrift shopping and just find the weirdest thing and incorporate it into, not sure everyday wear, but an excuse to wear something you wouldn't normally wear. Like most of my D&D costumes are kind of closet cosplays because I'll find a skirt or something that already matches my character's outfit, and then I'll just like rip it and braid it and paint it until it, is what I want it to be. Because I don't have a sewing machine, so um, I don't have time to hand sew a full costume. But yeah, the jacket, I got it maybe 4 years ago. And I'm pretty sure, I think Inu Inu is still up, but if not, there are plenty of websites that sell holographic jackets. It's just one of many, and in varying price ranges. It's so weird how, like, you can find the same item of clothing for vastly different prices just depending on where you look. But I think I got that particular jacket for like $18. It was suspiciously cheap, but honestly, it's lasted me this long. So, I think what I wanted to do for Talon was kind of this dreamy vignette. That's the word I'm looking for. She's got this big bedazzled cuff. Oh, Black Friday, late Monday, think what to do. Yeah, no, absolutely, because like Black Friday isn't officially until Saturday. Um, how did I find out about it? Probably because I'm on Twitter too much. Maybe that's how I found out about it. But I also follow a lot of cosplayers and artists, so that tag was just kind of like in those spaces. Yeah. Yeah, no, like if you're looking for something fancy, like legit, like a lot of Goodwills where I used to live would just sell wedding dresses for like $25. But you could also find some like pretty passable prom gowns too if you wanted to do something kind of like dark and elegant. Yeah, it's always kind of an adventure. And I feel like whenever you go thrift shopping, maybe you have a list, but there's always something that you didn't expect to find, and it's just like you see it and you know it was meant for you to have just because it was there. So hopefully you find your perfect Black Fae Day closet cosplay costume and help us flood the timeline with just all kinds of, and it's not just fairies. Like, yes, it is like fae, but I think fae, and I'll have to look more specifically into this, is a Celtic term, and it's any kind of magical creature that comes from the ether realm. List. Hmm? Who was who? Are you asking who the cosplayer is? This particular one, I don't know, maybe kind of small to see on the screen. This one's Talon. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I never take a physical list, but I always have like a mental, like, okay, I want to get a this, and if I can't find it, I'll figure it out. Actually, I think the only place I take physical lists are the grocery store and occasionally Michael's, so that I don't put things in my cart that I don't need. Okay. Skin tone. Again, she's like very. That's almost right. That's better. Why is that? Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah, she's like this pink cinnamon. I could just fill this in with respect to the other layer. Why am I struggling like this? Oh, not bad. 5:17 and I'm already starting on the coloring. So I'm hoping you finish this one by 6. This is a lot simpler because it's not even a full body portrait, it's just the bust portrait, which means I can spend more time working on the details, which is probably going to be the hair. It's like a dark teal almost. I think this is the right color. Yeah. This music makes me want to play Dragon Age, even though I literally just played it for like 5 hours yesterday. Oh, the struggle. I finally stopped beating around the bush and decided to romance the last sad elf in the trilogy of sad elves, Zevran. And I know he's in the first game, but he is the last sad elf that I tried to romance. However, in my playthrough of Inquisition, I actually didn't fully romance Solus. I'm being kind of petty about it because this is my second playthrough of Inquisition, my third playthrough of Dragon Age Origins. I decided to flirt with Solus until he fell in love with me, and then decided to romance Cullen instead, because even though Cullen has had some questionable opinions as far as characters go, in the third game he makes up for it, and he's been through a lot. He's suffering from PTSD, he's suffering from addiction, from trust issues, and in the third game he just wants to, live a quiet life as a commander, no more Templar drama, and he's actually a very sweet character once you romance him. He is what Alistair could have been in the first game. In the first playthrough, actually first and second playthrough, wait, no, in the first playthrough, who did I did romance Alistair in the first playthrough. And in the second playthrough, when I said that I wasn't going to, because at first I had actually started to romance Liliana just to see what would happen, but she gets very clingy, and I'm like, I'm gonna just go back to Alistair, because this is making me uncomfortable. But for some reason, in this playthrough, I decided to romance Zevran because he's hilarious, and my character in this playthrough is a rogue, and she has the exact same energy of like, I don't care, do whatever. She's kind of cocky, kind of snarky, exactly like Zevran. And so I felt that that would be a perfect match because I don't see him as a serious companion in that regards, and I don't think he does either. He's kind of like Isabella, where he can't be tied down. Even though Isabella does come back, it's very complicated when she does. But having Zevran as my endgame instead of Alistair, it's let me sit back and see how freaking whiny he's been written. He's a dumb child. I thought all of the memes were just being mean about him, but I see it now, and I can't unsee it. And I hate the fact that I wasted my first two playthroughs romancing this man-child. What are you gonna do? Also, I will acknowledge Colin isn't everybody's cup of tea. That he is weirdly attractive. Like at certain angles he looks better than others, and he kind of has this Kevin Bacon thing going on. But I mean, Kevin Bacon is also weirdly attractive, so I don't mind it. And again, Colin's a total sweetie in the third game. I actually, in my second playthrough of Dragon Age Origins, because I chose the mage background, got to meet Cullen before the circle kind of went cuckoo. And had a chance to romance him then and there, and was going to, but something in me was like, no, that would be mean. And then I'm glad I didn't, because of what happened after he was tortured. Like, the things that he was saying about mages was just very distasteful. I'm like, oh, I'm glad I dodged that bullet. At the time, being younger in mind, that the things that the torture was putting him through was like giving him those perceptions about mages. But it was still distasteful. Come the second game, he's tired of it all. He's tired of the Templars and the mages fighting, and he's tired of Knight Commander Meredith, who honestly was a pretty well written, not a villain, because she was a tyrant and she just wanted her city back. But once she got her hands on that red lyrium, that was it. That was it, homie. And I know that that's going to be a big part of the fourth game, is the whole situation with the red lyrium and how the Teventer mages are going to deal with that. So I guess I'm just going to wait here for another 2 years. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's been, 6 years so far? Inquisition came out in 2005. It's been 6 years. Going on 6 years. Because I think it came out in November of 2015. Fortunately, there is plenty of Dragon Age content to play through until the next one comes out. And I will gladly pay $60 or however much they want to charge for the next edition. I say that, but we'll see what my bank account looks like when that comes. Maybe it'll be close enough to a holiday that I can just convince my in-laws, who are forever buying us video games and consoles and whatnot, to just be like, hey, especially since I think it's rumored that it's supposed to be multiplayer. Like, Inquisition was multiplayer, but I didn't get it when everyone else was playing it, so by the time I got to it, there was nothing in it for me as far as the multiplayer side of it goes. But usually my father-in-law will buy video games for my husband when he specifically wants to, like, multiplayer, co-op, whatever, and mostly just so he can have him get him past difficult parts of particular missions. Why am I going so hard with this cell shading? Let me turn these lines off. All that to say, I'm excited for the next installation of Dragon Age, and I got on this tangent because this music makes me think very specifically of the music from Origins. But all of the music, all of the opening scores are beautiful. Oh, now my pen is doing that thing. It's doing the thing! Why? It's not responding to pen pressure. Oh, does that mean it's dying? Because it did that last time. Okay, we're just gonna have to make it work. Oh, now it's responding to pen pressure. Okay. You're just being difficult? Are you getting tired? Too bad. We've got an hour and a half left on this part of the stream. Let's see. She has very brown eyes. And her lipstick, it's like dark green and glittery. It's like a dark mulberry. It's giving me watermelon sugar high. Oh, you know what's fun? I actually literally have a brush for this. Curly hair. Work smarter, not harder. That makes sense. I was looking at the name of the song. This is Enchanted Crystalline Lake. And very much Lake of Sorrows vibes. If you know, you know. I could legit just spend the rest of the live stream talking about Dragon Age, but I won't. I will not put my viewers through that torture. Yeah, let me look that up. Leah Scallon. Lia Scallon. It's like scallion without the I. Let's see. Okay. So her top is actually kind of like a laser situation. It's pink, not neoprene. What is it? Yeah, you're welcome. And again, I'm listening to all of this on Spotify. This particular playlist is, I think, called Enchanted Journey. As Fairy Music, A Magical Journey is the playlist. And it's 9.5 hours of fairy-based music. Alright, so she's got this kind of like blob of light here with a light pink spot in the middle. Oh boy. Like right here. Cut that a little bit. And then there's 3 spots of light here. There's some yellow here, but it's not yellow. It's like a orangey. And then here and here. This goes up a little bit. Here. And there's a lighter pink here. And around here. And down the piping. And at the top of the bodice. There's a purple. Oh, trying to draw iridescent fabric is not something I do on a regular basis for reasons. No, mostly because most of my characters don't wear this kind of attire. They usually just kind of wear traditional pantaloons and frilly shirts. That needs to be blended out just a little bit. Just enough to get those edges going. This weird bloom effect. Cuts in here, comes out here. She has ring light here, here. Ah, that's what's wrong. Her teeth aren't colored. I kept looking at her face thinking something was uncanny, just a little bit off. There we go. Her gums are showing just a little bit. I still think she kind of looks like Mariah Carey. It's fine. Let's try that again. hand is actually a lot paler than the rest of her. I don't mind this kind of super cut here. That's better. Now, as far as her makeup, again, very pink. Like, literally pink. Just a little more on the tip of her nose. This sounds like Lord of the Rings. Hold up. Days of Future Past, Moody Blues. Okay, definitely not Lord of the Rings. It just sounds very hobbity. Here and a little bit here. Oh, why did I make her? They're actually, her eyebrows are also pink. They do have a little bit of green on the end, though. Yeah, it looks like she's got pink glitter glue. Like they were glued down and dyed. And she's also got some iridescent green glitter on her cheeks. And two here. Okay, I gotta do something with this hand. This is bothering me. Her nose ring. And you can't see it, but she is wearing a nose ring. And it is very bright white gold almost. It matches the rest of her jewelry, and it's like, I mean, it's great.
Praying failures, wake up your steeds. Bring the war.
This is very inspiring for the last part of the stream. 8 o'clock, 8 to 10, I'm going to be reading some fairy tales, some bedtime stories, and doing some cool-down sketches. Basically, I'm going to be painting the warm-up sketches I did in the AM stream. I'm trying to decide what I want to read. My husband actually has a collection of Irish folk tales that would be perfect. But it would be kind of hard for me to read that and draw. So maybe I'll have him keep me company and read to you guys while I draw. Special guest. This is cute, but it needs about 90% more sparkles. Let's work smarter, not harder. Oops. Oh, that'll work. It's fine. My assistant is at the door with his book of Irish folk tales. I take that as a yes. So, if you guys join me for the PM stream from 8 to 10, you'll get to hear him read you some stories while I draw. 15 minutes to finish this. What is going on with this hand? Okay. That needs to be like this, and that needs to be like... That's better. I think this should be... She's got a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. Okay. Eyelashes. Not big and Disney enough. Let me see what this looks like compared to the original. Pretty close. And a little bit of highlight on the cheeks. A little bit, not a lot. A little bit on the nose. I gotta say, this is much better than some portraits I was actually commissioned to do a few years ago. The way I handled the shading then was very stark. Whereas now, I feel like I'm letting myself be a little more loose and cartoony with the style instead of trying to be super serious. And that's just overall producing a better result, in my opinion. Let's see, this It's all very dark green. If I wanted to sit here and render out all of these curls, I actually could. Would it take 8 hours? Absolutely. Do I have 8 hours? No, because that was how long the stream is, and we're at the getting towards the end of the stream. But also, I would have, instead of doing line art, would have just painted it in and done the curls and then done a highlight over it. So I think, what I've got here, it's readable as big green curls. So I keep running into my flower crown. It's sturdy. This is literally just paper. And nothing's fallen off. Nothing's crumpled. What am I missing? I feel like it's still not done for some reason. That was my assistant closing the closet door. I don't know what he's doing, but he took something from the closet and scampered off. He calls me a goblin, but we're both goblins. Oh, he's changing the, okay. He's changing the filter so we can have clean water. Don't want to die of dysentery. That would be terrible. Still not sparkly enough for some reason. Oh, let me just add some sparkles. And the vignette. Let's go ahead and add the vignette. Okay. Where am I going? Airbrush. I could be a faster artist if I didn't keep losing track of my tools. Put it under the menu. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, that's not. There we go. if you can still see the name. Let's do that as a screen. Oh. There. Now you can see it a little bit better. Oh, with 5 minutes to spare. So, Talon is finished. So that only leaves Megamite. So, Megamite is a cosplayer, of course, but she's also an artist and she's also a gamer, and she streams over on Twitch. Couldn't tell you what days because I just recently found her, and she doesn't have a schedule posted. But she does stream, is it Animal Crossing? And again, just seems like a super sweet, fun. Oh, no, you're fine. It was only 5 minutes left on that particular drawing. There's still an hour left in the stream. I'm not going off until 7. So you are just in time for the last drawing, which is Megamite, who I was just telling everyone is a game streamer over on Twitch. And let me see. Her costume has a lot of pink in it, so I'm going to go back to that kind of dark mulberry to do the lines. And we're going to bump this down in opacity and get started on Megamite. And I think hers is going to end up a lot in the style of the way I did Alchemy, just because there's a lot of finer details that I can kind of get more into, more painterly, like more excuse to do painterly versus cell shading. Where is my reference? Let me pull that up. Megamite, where are you? There's the picture. Okay. So let's get started. Her costume is actually, the dress itself isn't super complex, but she has a lot of decorations in her hair, like a lot of those like butterfly clips that I think you could get from Claire's in the 90s. If you can find them anywhere now, please tell me because they're adorable. But she has, it looks like a dragonfly here. And it's got a crystal and then another little crystal bauble here. Her hair, even though it's very swoopy, it's kind of pulled away from her face. It's giving me Persephone from Lore Olympus. All of, I mean, the color of the dress, the cut of the dress. If you don't know what Lore Olympus is, how? But also, it's a webcomic over on Webtoons by Rachel Smith, who I think she's from New Zealand. But 3 years ago, she started writing this retelling of the myth of Hades and Persephone and all the Greek gods and goddesses. Did you try Etsy? No, I haven't. Maybe I could look there. But Lore Olympus is basically, a retelling of Hades and Persephone, and all the Greek gods and goddesses have a particular color ascribed to them. I don't know why she picked particular colors, but some of them seem to be ironic, in that Hera is yellow, which is a color that's usually associated with wealth and health and happiness. But if you're familiar with Greco-Roman mythology, Hera is forever getting cheated on by Zeus. So I'm pretty sure her happiness is at a all-time low. But Persephone is bright pink, which is a nice contrast to Hades' blue, which I'm pretty sure Hades is blue because he is not. Hades doesn't rule over death. That's Thanatos. Hades is basically the book's keeper. Make sure that everything is running the way it should. But he still is associated with death, and so for him to be blue makes sense because, you know, you're said to turn blue when you die. Tim Burton kind of used that motif in Corpse Bride, where all of the dead people were blue if they weren't skeletons. But her dress, Megamite's dress, is very much in the cut. The way it's kind of sashayed looks very much like one of Persephone's traditional kind of dresses. As the goddess of spring, minor goddess Kore. Which is actually kind of an insult. Not to like her as a person, but as her status as a goddess, because Kore just means maiden. She's kind of the baby of the pantheon as far as the story goes. In the story, she's only 19. Literally a fresh-faced baby just going off to college and has no life experience because her mother Demeter has sheltered her for all of her life and is just like super paranoid about Persephone going anywhere or doing anything. And I feel like this particular telling of Demeter, she's more kindly written, but Demeter is very paranoid and very controlling of Persephone more often than not. Especially when Persephone starts talking to Hades. And this is across all of the tellings. There's another retelling called Punderworld. It's a little more recent, and it's a little more accurate to the way the stories actually go. And Demeter is much more stark and staunch in Punderworld than she is in Lore Olympus. But the story is also not about Demeter, whereas in Punderworld, Demeter is an integral part of Persephone and Hades' relationship in the traditional myths. Not quite. A little bit more. Move this over just a bit. Okay. Maybe I'll just paint her teeth in. It looks kind of weird for me to draw each tooth. Something about it is just unsettling. Hmm. And wow, I think Megamite takes it for biggest costume eyelashes. I mean, everyone's had some pretty impressive sets of lashes on, but like hers are just big and fluffy. Let me move the eye over just a little bit. She's kind of looking, yeah, at us. Okay, and her hair. There's a little bit of a gap between her neck and the bottom of the hair. And I gotta pull up my other reference to see what the top of this crown looks like. She's so cute. Okay, so she's got these little, just these kind of little pearly nubbins here. And there's another, it looks like a, not quite burlap, but like a more sheer silk flower. Not that burlap would be anything close to a sheer silk, but it's not, it doesn't look like a traditional silk flower. It looks like it's made out of some other kind of like tulle-y type material. Okay. Her hand is doing one of these first. It's weird that her elbow just looks like it's the angle. It's just the angle of how she's facing the camera. And this little bit kind of goes like this. And has a shadow here. And creases here and here. Okay, I'm gonna draw the dress first and the necklaces over top of it because her necklaces have a lot of little coins, it looks like. So it goes down like this and comes across. comes down here. There's a buckle here and a fold here. And this is mostly solid, but there's a little bit of a wrinkle here. And then her hair has some little wispies that come down here. Most of it kind of curls this way. And this looks like it's got some beading because it goes up to here and the beading continues. Flips out like that. More so kind of flips in like that. There we go. This one's definitely going to be a little more difficult to color, simply because this dress has a satin sheen to it, and much like iridescent fabric, I don't actually have much experience in drawing satin type dresses and materials. Gada is really good at it. It's GHADA on Twitter, and I think she has an Instagram too. But I only follow her on Twitter because I don't have an Instagram. But she is an amazing artist from the Middle East, and the way she draws silk and the way she just makes it look so easy is illegal. She's too good. She must be stopped. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got my lines down pretty good, so let's go ahead and get started with the coloring. Oh, I missed a clip. How could I forget? It's the last little butterfly right here. Are there any others? Oh, and her necklaces. It might be easier for me to just paint the necklaces on over top on the top layer. So skin tone. Oh, and she's got dimples. I missed her dimples. There we go. Now it looks like Megamind. I think her eyebrows actually do go up just a little bit higher. Just a little more joy, a little less nervousness in them. Okay. Yep, much better. Adorable. And I'm going to put another frame on her. Let's go with this one. And I'm going to minimize the opacity. Okay. Perfect. Now, let's see. For the color, we're going to set this to overlay. And her skin, it's almost like a warm sandy peach. Can't see what I'm doing. There we go. And the dress, it's very much just a classic pink taffeta. Even though it's not taffeta, it's the color you would think of when you think pink taffeta. A little more red. Yeah, I think that's it. A little more gray. Yes. Very princess bubblegum. I can't believe I actually pulled this off. That I've been sitting here drawing for 6, but going on 7 hours. It's been fun though. I've definitely enjoyed just kind of getting to sit in here. Oh my gosh, maybe I need to stop because apparently my brain has stopped. My brain has left the building. Getting to sit and chat and enjoy just spending time with some lovely people. And maybe the next time I do something like this, there'll be more of you. Who knows? But I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I decided to do this crazy idea of an all-day drawing stream. But I'm glad that I wasn't alone. And even if I was, it still would have been worth it because I got to draw. I'm wondering how many will show up for the bedtime stories at 8 o'clock. Grab some snacks, grab your dinner, grab a nice drink, a glass of wine. And just come unwind for the evening while my assistant reads some classic Irish folk tales. And some of them are very short. Some of them are kind of more like bestiary entries more than actual stories. But it'll still be fun. Just the same. I think I've definitely seen some improvement from the beginning of the stream to now, just as far as my handling of facial features when dealing with real people versus random fantasy people. I'm more comfortable drawing facial features. Oh, that needs to be a little bit bigger. There we go. Not that I wasn't uncomfortable with it before, because I literally did an hour-long video about how to draw faces, but that's kind of more of a how to draw faces from scratch versus how to study a face and draw it as though you were drawing someone's portrait. So this has been good for me to just kind of touch base with some studies, really. I can't get over how adorable this costume is. I can't. She has bright pink eyeshadow too. Let's see, the hair in the back is very dark pink. And here, kind of right in the crook where the face is. A little behind the ear. And around the flower crown. She's got pink blush, of course, as you do. It's a little bit higher here. It's not quite. There we go. It's more like a soft. It's not quite as much on this cheek. At least in the photo, maybe it's more on the sides. And she's got green eyes. A nice change of pace. Not that brown eyes aren't pretty, but I wanted to draw something other than another pair of brown eyes. They're almost like a dark olive. Go with the dark. How did I end up making her look like she's looking up instead of at us like she should be? Move over a little bit more. A little bit more this way. That's better. Alright. She has a lot of highlights around her chin and forehead and the nose and the highest part of the cheek. A lot on her elbow too. Just all of this is highlight. There's a little bit here. And then most of this is actually going to be darker. A lot of this is actually a very soft white. Flowers are almost the same color as her hair. Why? Why would you do that? Oh. Yeah, okay. So far, so good. I don't think I made her eyelashes big enough, if you can believe it. When I say that they're like big and fluffy, they're like there we go. That's literally what they look like in the picture. Okay. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think all of the flowers in her hair are pink. There's some variation on a theme here, but it's all pink all the way down. Except for the ones in the back are actually this kind of almost the same color as her skin tone. They're like a soft orange. And there was one back here that was orange, but the rest of them are all pink peonies. It's kind of weird though because it looks like she's got bits of skin. I'm gonna have to texture it so it reads more like flower instead of just like weird thing popping out of her head. Maybe if I make it more of a tan instead of that orangey brown. Just have a little bit of soft highlights going on here. But again, a lot of it's just kind of a white wash. Like over here, there's this section here that's got some curl definition. There's a lot of soft, fluffy, very pretty. I was going to do an overlay of color. What would I do? Probably purple, just the way the bottom of her dress looks. This part here, there's a very striking contrast between the light of the dress and the dark of the dress. And this looks kind of more like, oh, let's bump that up a little bit. Something more like that. And then this is again that kind of soft, fluffy pink. Because it's a different material. It's almost like a chiffon-y type cover that she's got going across for the cape. But then again, the dress is this kind of very high contrast, silky material. So here, there's a blend. It's not quite that drastic. Oh, thank you. I think so too. And not because I'm drawing her, but like I love her costume. Let's see. There's a little bit of shading here. Just a little bit. The lighting in this picture, it's very front. Like a lot of it is just kind of like one light in the front, kind of glamour shot. It goes here, kind of fades out a little bit. But then the bottom of her dress is all dark with a little bit of light. Kind of goes up the sides. And then down this side. That was very soft. Yeah, okay. And then there's a little bit of highlight here. Oh, now my pen is misbehaving again. Pen pressure doesn't want to cooperate. But that's what the blend tool is for. Just smooth out some of those rougher edges there. It's not quite exact, but I'm also trying to finish this in about 20 minutes. So I'm not going to spend too much time kind of fussing with where exactly the highlights are going. Like if I had given myself more time, like let's say if I wanted to just go straight through at 8 o'clock, which I'm not going to do because I do need to take a break, get some water, stretch my legs, do other things. I would definitely spend more time trying to figure out where the highlights and shadows are specifically on this dress, but for now I think just having the idea of where they are with the high contrast is enough. Let's see, this whole section here, I had actually lined it out specifically because it was this darker section. It kind of goes up into here. And there are some folds that tuck into here. Whoops, I should have just done, there we go. Yep, do that. Because there's one more fold here. And then the highlights. This area is highlighted, and I shouldn't be doing it in white. I should actually be doing it in pink. Because it's not quite a white. And there's a little bit of highlight here. And then there's a large highlight on the top of here. And it goes around and kind of comes into this area here. And then goes down here. And then comes across here. This is all actually a little bit like this. No, those highlights are not in the photo. Why am I doing that? There is a highlight here, and I will make that white because that's the highest light on the dress. And then along here in the middle, it's coming together. This has a little bit of dark shading around it to kind of create this very soft triangle of light. And then there's a fold right in here. Okay. Moving on. I'm going to go back up here, cut some more light into here. And then there's a very sharp line here and here, and that's gonna be, let's go with this darker. And that needs to be a little softer too, because all of this fabric is very soft. You got middle grade and then dark grade. Alright, we've got about 15 minutes left before the end of this part of the stream. And I think what I want to do is wrap up Megamite and then just kind of do a little recap of all the cosplayers that I have drawn during this portion of the stream. So let me just finish this little part of the sleeve. Make sure I didn't miss any accessories like the headband. Why am I like this? There's always something. And the wings are silver. I'm going to make them a dark gray and add highlights to make them pop just a little bit more. And she had one more butterfly up here. I can't tell if I actually drew it or if I drew over it. But it's the one with the white and blue spots. And she has one more blue butterfly over here. And then I completely forgot her necklaces. So let's see if I can finish that in about 3 minutes. I think I can do it, especially since I'm just drawing them over her costume. And then all of this pink glitter that she has on her cheeks. So let's do... Oh, that is way too big. Particle size, particle size. Is that sparkly enough? No, let's make it a little bit... that's the wrong size too. Okay, let's try... Sparkle C. Are you gonna be the one? Yes. Come through, Sparkle C. Excellent. And I'm just gonna fix this real quick. Necklaces. Go back to that grayish silver. She has one going across here and then one kind of falling here. Most of these medallions are more of a white, actually. There's a lot of medallions on here. Okay. I'm going to put the frame back on Megamite. And that's it. That is our last drawing for my Black Fae Day Draw-a-thon. I did it! Okay, so let's go back through and review the drawings while I choke. So, first up was pastel dots in this very dreamy bedroom fairy tea party style. And I'm actually going to go ahead and close this so you can see more of the drawing and less of the chat. And I'll also go ahead and take this caption off too, so you can see everything. Okay, so we have pastel dots. And then next up, I believe, was Eggy. Eggy Nut with her cute cottagecore dress. Third, we had Alchemy. And then next up, I believe, was Gigi. In a very Disney princess style dress. And then we had Tally with her hot pink and green. And last but not least was Megamite. Did it! Thank you to those who showed up and stayed and chatted. I will be back at 8 to read you guys some Irish folklore. Well, I won't be reading it. My husband will be reading it while I finish up the sketches from this morning's stream. So from 8 to 10, catch me for a bedtime story. Until then, I'll see you guys next time.